you do the roll call, sir?
Chair members of RDC, this is roll call for the Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, Wednesday, August 17th, 2022 at 10 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels present. Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
Good morning, I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark A. Freeland is present. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Chair, you have 5 members available, which establishes a quorum. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Next on the agenda, we have invocation. Koroshi Chodesen Bechat Ortze Nantai. Sabin Jisquedo. Honorable Herman Daniels and Hatsadal Zanashora.
Mr. Chair, Ikihakudo, Arandakudo colleagues, Arunanakudo 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kudo colleagues, Arundakudo staff, Jagat it I, Arundakudo Sheska, Kudo, Dino Swagi Kudo, Washi Yadi Nishkudo, Deep Benibi Kudo, Daidi Kaskudo. Kudo Jodo let Horns Manahaslan. Kudo Jodo let Kudo, Jona Ishika. Kudo a Nikitchen Kudo a Solutanigi a banana NATO let Kudo. Arunana Kudo Beach and Quaggy or Arsen the Quaggy. Ikiago, Santin Benikina, Skla. Arunana Kudo, Jonogo Kudo. Hanane Kudo is Kai Kudo Manahaslan. Arunanis, Anane, Beach and Kudo. I see Yado Lescodo, Yelano Sondo Lescodo, sitting in the Sane Kudo. Arunana Kudo Beach and where Sahi Leki Hona. Kudo Zonogo Ekodoi, non city Nescodo. Kudo Sadia, the Hida Hodoi. There's an East Kito Lescodo, Arunan Hodo. Saha Kes the Hodo. Nahaben, Sogot High Nothing Kodo. Nahade Nothing Kodo. Arunan Hodo. What is done? They have made the Hodo, so that's why Ben Mason and later Hodo. Nick A. Horn, they in the house, honey, the Honor, Ben Mason, Honor. Each Honor, deep in Ibia Honor. Ben Nanis made all the Hodo. Tayada Hot, Echo, let Honor. Nahan Nadai Doka. Arunan Horn, is the last for the Honor. Eta Horn, Ben Nanis made all the Hodo. Nabada Hasiahon, Habsahon, Sahona. Habata, Kaihon City and the Sane Hona. Aaron is a loud Hona. Adon Habata Hasiahona. Arunan Hobas, Senadan Lahona. The last thought of the law. He got Dika, or how we been we led Homananic. He can't take a Hona. Adon Hub. Habata Hasian Habaket no Ehona. Habata Hona, Senan Linny. If he not any the Hona, but for Kedab and Alakeda in the Hona. But then has Aj the Hona, as the Sahona Sahona. Habaket no Ehona. Arunan Hona. Tai Nation, Taho Zande. Tago Ehona, as I have always died nation. Executive branch. As a horn, Shanalladona and horn, Shashna Ash, President and Vice President. But I next to his days, Neshiki Hona, Arunan Hona, Legislative Branch, Kodosha Dayaza, as a Hona, Dain Neshiki Hona, Arinta Kodo Judicial Branch, Ada Hona, Ajo Hashin Stoko Hona, Anahui Ahitan Zeniki Hona, as now has Unlego, Adawis Ago, Ada Hona. Asked for Horn at 3 branches that in nation, Navajo Nation government. Luda asked for Horn, Habsahon, Sahona, Bash Senate the Horn. But then has Aj the Horn, Aruna ho, Sun Leniki Hona. We had not a Hashkito Nana Hodaway. We had not at this one. What I hold just so AIC here Hona. I don't know, Shatna has Anagoid and the Hona. To the car job by wings at Hona. Quaggy hot old jet hot. This car is Aniki Hona. To I see Hona, the car job by needs at Hona. So I see the Hash get the Hona. I see all the house say. I don't know, you go sing that with Argo. Now job by in. I don't know the Hona. But I can't go Hona because to get chain the how long the Hona. So how's it hard at that being? I don't like so how saying or taught to be his kid and the Hona, but that oldness. What that elder thing for the but yet that the don't know how to sing Hona. They're saying that the need be Hona. Who gets chained that ego Hona, but that oldness Hona, that they gives you the Hona. I don't know Hona. Allt for det hon, lite horisontal hon. Jag är det allt för hon, tror fan inte alls träd och det var kanske hon. Har jag det hon. Är det hon har bara det sig en rast, känner det hon och träd. Jag går inte med det här kriminella så det är en annan kategori. Är det har bara det sig hon. Är det allt för hon. Jag är det hon, det är krisen det hon. Det har jag hon med hopp jag har det hon. Arot hon kan ha das hon. Men har alltså inte det kartan så banana så det är dabaganda. Jag das arkeda hade hon. Är de så bara har sig hon. Jag har gett det någon i hon. Och där är hon så det hon säger då är hon. Den sned och det hon. Arot när hon alltså där tror jag hon. Jag hon är att hade då shit hon så har sig och det så där så hon jag hade då shit hon. Och det är så det sen då det allt för den inte horisontal det hon allt för den inte horisontal det hon. Thank you, Chair.
Nanda, Honorable Daniels. I feel what on Hutchins and Oars, Nebatchins and Niki. If had crossing, but not Nikin Chication Lego cross and the clean relation and Shane Nosnara, Mr. Tahi, do you have any announcements for us?
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC. My announcement is the Budget and Finance Committee is still conducting its budget session on the comprehensive budget. It is scheduled to conclude on Friday, August 19th. Tomorrow, Navajo has a work session scheduled at 10 a.m. on legislation 0021 and 0024. Then on Friday, August 19th, Resource and Development Committee has a leadership meeting with the Water Rights Unit, Water Rights Commission, and Water Management Branch to talk about the proposals from the water rights team on Arizona and New Mexico. This meeting will be held in person and via telecommunication. That is my announcement, Chair. Back to you.
Honorable members of RDC, do you have any announcements? I don't hear any, but I do have an announcement, Chairman. Just for your information. Go ahead, Honorable Freeland.
I'm sorry, Chairman. Next Tuesday, I'm going to meet with my chapters on ARPA preparation. I don't know. I think we're scheduled to go to Halchita.
Mr. Tahi, are we scheduled for Halchita that day?
Chair, members of RDC, on August 22nd, Monday at 9 a.m., we have the leadership meeting to do the site tour of Halchita. Then on Tuesday, August 23rd at 9 a.m., we have the leadership meeting with Elk Patron. On Wednesday, August 24th, we have a 9 a.m. RDC meeting at Cameron, Arizona, followed by a site tour of the vendors of the Cameron Little Colorado River. On Thursday, the 25th of August at 10 a.m., you have your regular NABI meeting. Then on August 26th, Friday at 9 a.m., we have a leadership meeting with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer on the services provided and the water management, and this will be held at Mini Farms Chapter. Chair members of RDC, that is the schedule for next week.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable Freeland, back to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to inform you of that too next week. Thank you.
Kushila. There you go. Shananta. Honorable members of RDC, any other announcements? I do have one announcement. This weekend, the 20th and the 21st is the Santa Fe Indian Market at the Plaza in Santa Fe. A lot of our Navajo artists go there and sell a lot of their products. And I believe most of these artists are from throughout the Navajo Nation as well as other Indian tribes throughout the United States. For your information, Shananta, it's always good to go see our people survive and make a living on their artworks. So, any other announcements?
Chairman Kealan.
Honorable Kealan Begay, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chairman. Maybe just the blessing of the rain, but as you know that a lot of the some of the damages that's done in some of the communities, we really need to. I think a lot of our chapters have ran out of emergency funds. There's several areas, water lines are broken. Some areas, even electrical poles needs to be repaired. We addressed that particular situation, emergency funding, because I know 220108, the number, the latest emergency declaration on the Navajo Nation. So through that, I mean, I'm not sure what we can do to address certain water availability or some minor survival kit or something like that to some areas, because, like, for example, for my area, East Mini Farms, the only way that, I mean, there's 3 washes that they cross, but all 3 of them are, as of today or this morning, are watered. So they're going on 2 days. So this morning we did have a meeting with NTUA and Division of Community Development and IHS addressing this particular issue. So maybe how do we coordinate on behalf of the whole 110 chapters, because I've seen a video yesterday from regarding Sheep Spring area. So that is just through housing. So anyway, like I said, I mean, it's the blessing of the rain, but the damage it has affects our Navajo people at the local level or individual level. So I'm not sure what we need to do to continue to help our local chapter. And then on the other hand, Monday and Tuesday, I did schedule with my 5 chapters to have a 2-day work session on the opera funding, meeting with all various programs. 2 days, so it probably won't be at the Mondays and Tuesdays session next week, Chairman. So that's my announcement.
Okay. Thank you for your announcement, Priscilla. So within your announcement, are you requesting a meeting or a report? I did receive your email on some of your concerns.
Chairman, Chairman, I do believe that somehow maybe today we could add it on, maybe just a preliminary report especially from the emergency management of how much they have been receiving, reports about, because I've been just sending monsoonrelief.org a lot of these reports, especially pictures of these washed out roads. And at the same time, I'm also this road that, because in my area, we're closer to another tribal reservation. So but I do communicate with the a community member and one of the tribal council member addressing a road that goes into Palaka from Low Mountain. So because I know school is in session, and again, and then our daily delivery of food to our elderly. Or is it just in my area that I'm getting a lot of rain, which is good? And then, of course, the other area is that I asked for a report from the Division of Natural Resource, because I showed you a picture. RDC made a visit to the diversion dam and mini farms, and just imagine if we would have captured all this week water. Just imagine how much of mini farms they
Honorable Bouquet.
Yeah.
Honorable Bouquet. I think all that your concerns are need to be put on the agenda for discussion at the end of so we can add that on to the agenda. Abiga, yeah.
I appreciate that, Chairman Cat. Thanks.
Christina, we'll have that on the agenda today. So any other announcements, Nanda? I hear none. We'll go down to recognizing guests and visiting officials. Let's have introductions for all. We'll start with the honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, and I'm Finnegan, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee members, at EHP, the staff, the teacher, yet in Gidini, Sahagi, Corneto, Hierque, Citizen Bay, Hainsiki, Honorable Daniels, by Hinson, a stole, I had need out. I could air consfago, yes, although, negotiating announcements at Alia, and they could, and that has the Intahatle, at the do yes, or don't that just do cannot go. I don't know, you know, what Etrico, which is not a question, I don't learn the winter, without an island. And the she had what you told you short the elto or his car, it they got a Nasi car. And on the issue though, this call, Shanant, D. Thomas Walker Jr., edition. I don't know, Nana, son, the whole year. Tonally, the whole year, to city to. Ado Tsako Hassan the whole Tasin, which had a history. He would it in the cat, Nidi Banasha, which was on the not judgeable. He could arch a carnate. I could Ado Don and Shinigido, a she hinge be between it with the Genie, but but certainly he should say that it was said the national. But they call. The Resource Development Committee, Shannon Jensen, Jensen, Spargo. Occasionally, back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Good to hear your voice. So, Honorable Keown Begay Jr.
Chairman, Hernando, Gross Budget,
Hana hit na strong ki on it as jab that he does check out of the street need that's another Loman Katibu Gap Salani Canwood no Vini Min Farms with I could chapter but had the Shah without it that's the thing of the Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Adonana Kudo Herman Daniels Jr. ACC. Adonana Bet Aninchla. The Chini that's Jet. We get Lini that's a chain. Skahlo that's another. Ado Matufan or Jet was on Toro Api Kin Banashnish. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning, colleagues and staff. Good morning. Susan A. Mark Freeland this year, Lotling Tutsoni, and Slot Kiahani, A. Bush's Chain, Central Kansas Chair, Tenap of the Aidis and other. These also called is in the shy of 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo Agency, Crown Point, non-discused. I have Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Urbano, and Nahasda, as well as the 23 other chapters as the Eastern representative of RDC. Good morning to one and all, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Good morning, Chairman. I was the Vice Chair. I had all staff. So I got this morning with RDC. Committee meeting. Welcome to Stewart Junior Age. Twits on me and Shin on as a touching, but just touching the W between the Chanella. I'll tell them that he just met this morning. But I try to get a topic as cheat on he did. Hey, I think but I'm looking from 45th agency, but had a shot out in the I represent the 45th agency for the Resource Development Committee. Consortium, thank you.
So she like and she her recognizing she was on snow ze kachini bashish chindo tan hapin the chedo ki ani a the shnal hot I and she has Congo chapters panash nishike the on San Juan in Hansa do a east Toshika do east Neshki what I banash nishla. Welcome everybody. Good morning. Russian and Nagoya Phoenix come see you. A meeting been Friday Friday night hospitalized yeah. I just not yellow over the weekend actually. I don't that go hadi ligeti at this name ya la shitone. I see she's now all of us as you meetings kishing at and shit it's la it is all you had there hot. Not and the other chance start out the more on unstart out creation. I unstation and I'm not standing it here. A shame not at all the staff, Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kia'ani and Senja Kennett, and I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. And I want to say thank you to Delegate Daniels to start off the day with that beautiful prayer. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. Ms. Chi.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Karen Chin, Good on the end, a touchy news, no by the ski bushes chin, how by the Twitch in the Chanel. I am the RDC Legislative Recorder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chi. Ms. Kong.
Oh, good morning, Yak Resources and Development Committee members, Danosheniki, Aldon, staff, who are all listening online. Shay Mariana Khan, Dashajane. Donna and Shinigi, a twot here cleaning the Shank at Ahibash's chin, Ashche, Dashache, Sanjikina, Dashanella. I could our son in the Shank. I hear Shiaj, so does in Behain, although just want to pray for all for your healing, physical ills, and any mental strong issues that are before you today and in every day. My thoughts are starting out with prayers as we had this beautiful prayer this morning. All healing for all. Mr. Chair, that's all I have for now. I'll be listening for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Yep, Mr. Joaquin Yates from Speaker's Office.
Yate, good morning, Chairman Nez and honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, staff and guests. My name's Joaquin Yates. I'm the legislative staff for the Office of the Speaker.
Yes, I'm sorry. We may have.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. From the Office of the President, Vice President, Honorable Davis Wilfred.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Resource and Development Committee, other delegates and staff, and everybody that's listening. Davis Wilfred from Office of the Vice President and Vice President, Executive Staff Assistant. I'll be listening in.
Thank you. The Chewy Basin, Honorable Chairman Otto So. Digital.
Ihp Plan do I she also and she do nan kappa basishin nakadne inch I don't look at nether she do tina jini dashinale I don't the tonest is a day even fish was unshle cohort in count do kahadi is and do adi those of you that are on the line, the Bureau of Indian Affairs and NHA and staff and Ihp Plan also check.
Yes, too. Ms. Clashen, are you on the call? Office of the President, Vice President? None. Ms. Cheryl Curley, BIA.
Ihp Plan, good morning, RDC Chairman, RDC members, Cheryl Curley, BIA, Navajo Region, Asian on this, oh yeah, on that login, yeah.
We have from NHA CEO, Ms. Maureen Curley.
Oh, Ihp Plan Ani, the members of the RDC committee and those other Navajo Nation Council members that are listening. And thank you for everyone that's listening from afar. If I don't mention your name, I do apologize. Thank you for having NHA present the updates to you today that's on the agenda. It is appreciated. Also, thank you to Delegate Daniels for the beautiful prayer that he gave to us today. Shea Maureen Curley and Chiakia Anin Shlon the Betlejan Bashes Chim. Trabanta Samasanago Hanagani Edashanala. Da is Saninshla. Ayesana Shada Ayanle. I guess it's going to be Arizona, Allentown now because I'm starting to build my house over there. So, but I originally grew up in Utah, so this is my first experience of being on the reservation. But one other thing that I'd like to say is thank you, just thank the Creator for all the moisture that we've been receiving throughout the Navajo Nation. It brings me joy to see the land being watered and how it has given our crops water and our animals will flourish with that. My prayers go out to those that have been devastated by the rains and the other harm that it might have done, but we are here to service those that are in need should their homes be affected. And then I currently serve as the CEO for the Navajo Nation Navajo Housing Authority here in Fort Defiance. I do want to express my appreciation to Rodney. Thank you, Rodney, for helping us get on the agenda and for always updating us for the things that are going on with RDC, keeping us abreast of all the things that are going on within the Navajo Nation as well. Thank you so much. And Chairman Nez, I hope you feel better, and our prayers are with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Ms. Chiquito from NHA.
Yate Abene Shikwasine do Shipesh Basa and the Machine Aro in the Navajo Nation government Bandas Nashi Aro the fellow colleagues at Navajo Housing Authority Shia Arlene Chiquito and Shia Kintlachin in Shlons the Flani Bashin Topa had the Chanel Ogeta. I am the interim chief financial officer, and I am originally from Natnijing, Torreon, New Mexico. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chiquito. Do we have a Ms. Aniva Yazi on the call?
Yes.
Yes, Yat Asian and I, Honorable Chair Nez Ado, honorable members of the RDC committee. Here, Ado Yat Asian Kedoshin Dina, Shea Aniva Yazi and Shem. Deputy CEO at Navajo Housing Authority, Nish. Ado e Yahai, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yazi. Mr. Dwayne Crank, Office of Navajo Government Development. None? Kwashila, anybody else on the call that wishes to introduce themselves?
Chairman Nez, I do have some guests here within our office this morning. I'll have them introduce themselves, starting with Earl Tooley.
Okay. I don't the Kodogi, so there's the indicator about your Lido Kude. I got to Kodigi, he can not take it up on Kitahojo. Ado Earl Tooley and she bestowed Kijishki what getting at the Sinasha. Ado Tanisanish Nido Toyet Lini Bashin puts on his shade at Edo Toriji Nation other that Yak Nido the Fee Benevere.
Mary Vandenberg.
Good morning, Yat Asian today,
Next.
You have to speak loud over here. Chairman Nez, it'd be Mary Vandenberg.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good morning.
Ms. Vandenberg, we lost you again.
Let's come over here.
It's too much. Yeah. Good morning. I'm sorry. My name's Mary Vandenberg. I am the project manager one in the emergency rental program. Don Anslani Aya Kahanani 23 Nishla. Do in the Tutso ni Ebashichin. Do not oten the Etachi that she trade Kia Ani that she not a.
Chairman Nez, next would be Bertina Preston.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good morning. My name is Bertina Preston. Arokia Ani the National Chenjik in the Bashin, Tachi the Dashi, Arot for the Koja Edashinale, Auto Emergency Rental Assistant Project Manager 1 A out Ashna Nishnat Aron Lay Bake Bahot Zande Ade Ea Chishike Bahot Endo Ado Ea Jetes Ade Ea Ishteko. Yeah, and John needs so the Zindi Sato, John he's in Sato. Yeah.
Chairman Nez, the final
Next.
Nellie Gorman.
Gilmore,
I'm sorry.
Good morning, Yat A Benishan and I do a Yakudo, so the Zin Happy Art Shadow, but not Aya, Nitayata from Eftolish. Shea Nellie Gilmore, I'm the grants manager for Navajo Housing Authority. Ado Tapahin Chong for the Chin, Bashin, Honaga, Nidash, Shea, Do Hachine, Dashana. Thank you.
That would be it, Chairman Nez, back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on the call that wishes to introduce themselves? I hear none. We'll go down to number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. Mr. Tahi, could you read the agenda for us?
Chair members of RDC, your agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, Wednesday, August 17th, 2022, 10 a.m. Proposed agenda, presiding Honorable Ricky Nez, Chairperson, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson, location via telecommunication. 1, call the meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal, August 10th, 2022, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, update report by the Navajo Housing Authority on the U.S. Department of the Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program Voluntary Recapture Funds. Presenters, Maureen Curley, Chief Executive Officer, and Alvina Yazzie, Deputy Chief Executive Officer. B, update report by the Navajo Housing Authority on the 2022 Indian Housing Plan Express Plans deadline of September 30th, 2022. Presenters, Maureen Curley, Chief Executive Officer, and Alvina Yazzie, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Navajo Housing Authority. C, update report by the Navajo Housing Authority on the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act Resolution Amendment. Presenters, Maureen Curley, Chief Executive Officer, and Alvina Yazzie, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Navajo Housing Authority. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, approving an in-person leadership meeting with the Department of Agriculture and CKP Insurance to discuss the pasture range lamb and forage update for Friday, September 2nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Sandia Resort and Casino in Albuquerque, New Mexico. B, approving travel to Washington, D.C. for Monday, September 12th through Friday, September 16th to lobby the administration and congressional leadership on natural resources as it relates to Chaco Canyon Environmental Protection Agency, hydrogen, and transportation issues. 8, close the meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Chair members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for reading the agenda. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Motion.
Second,
Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels, motion, second by Honorable Freeland. Thank you, Shananta. Any comments or questions, Shananta? I understand there is a request for an Amendment 1 to add a couple of reports by Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay. Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions on the agenda?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chair, kudo hasin so ya hasi kudo nagaidam dash kiento na kudo nagaidam kudo da lenegit. I know he sent photos, pictures of nagaidam many farms. That's a babiti lohan so that that yeni kudo Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Abiga, Honorable Daniels, are you going to motion for Amendment 1?
Mr. Chair, yes, I'll go ahead and make that motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Mr. Tahi, could you make that clarification on Honorable Begay's request for the report?
Chair, members of RDC, based on Delegate Kealan McGay's request and the email that he did send on Tuesday at 11:52 p.m., he did indicate that he would make a request for DNR Division, Department of Water Management, and Department of Agriculture to provide a report on the situations regarding the floods that have occurred in the area of mini farms. Chair, members of RDC, that is my understanding of the update report that Delegate Kealan McGay is requesting.
Okay, in that report, Honorable Daniels, perhaps we can include the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, to provide a report as well, Honorable Daniels. Aspiga.
Mr. Chair, yes, Abiga.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Curley, could you have your staff be prepared on the request for a report from BIA?
Yeah, Chairman, yes, I can pass this information on to Regional Director Mahoja. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions on Amendment 1? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., are you back on the call? I hear none. We'll go ahead and vote on Amendment 1. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Begay? Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for Amendment 1. Back to the main motion, Shanant. Any comments or questions? And twice. Going 3 times. We'll put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Begay? Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland?
How about green?
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Begay? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We have an approved agenda before us, and this agenda is and can be amended as we go through the agenda. Number 4, reviewing and approving journals. This was sent to us by Ms. Chi. Would like to have a motion and a second.
I'll motion Freeland.
Second by?
Chairman, I second.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Any comments or questions on the journals from August 10th, 2022? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Begay? Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland.
How about green?
Thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We're down to number 5, receiving report, Shenandoah. Update report by the Navajo Housing Authority on the U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program, Voluntary Recapture Funds. Presenters will be NHA Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Curley, as well as Ms. Anila Yazzie, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Navajo Housing Authority, the staff as well. So, Ms. Curley, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, and Ihp Plan to everyone again. As far as the Navajo Housing Authority Emergency Rental Assistance, I'm just going to give you a little overview, and Earl Tooley and his staff can give you all the detailed numbers and a detailed report on this particular issue. As you know, we had mentioned the last time that we met that August 19th, 2022 was the date that the U.S. Treasury had given us in regards to recapture, voluntary recapture of funds. They're wanting us to submit back to them the dollars that we think that we're not going to use throughout the rest of the year. This has been a discussion within our department or within our organization for the last month, and we've been getting our numbers together. However, at the BOC or at our Board of Commissioners meeting yesterday, and after conveying and conversating with our legal counsel, it was determined yesterday by our Board of Commissioners that because there is no penalty to NHA if we don't return any money, the Board of Commissioners have decided and that we're not going to send any money back at this time. We are going to wait until a final decision has been made by NIAC, which is the National American Indian Housing Council. They are going to be meeting in a legislative session in September, the same week that you will be in Washington. We are going to be there for that meeting to see what the determination will be at that time. And we will bring that message back to our Board of Commissioners as well. So that was the decision that was made. So from here, I'm going to turn it over to Earl, and he will give you a detailed outline as to how we're doing, how much we're spending. And I have to really appraise these individuals that are sitting at the table with me for within 6 weeks or was it 6 weeks? Yeah, within the past 8 weeks, they have spent over $10 million on this ERAP, which is really amazing. So I'm going to turn it over to Earl right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Before we proceed with Mr. Tooley's report, I'd like to ask the Resource and Development Committee, did you receive your report that was sent out by Mr. Tahi this morning? And also, Mr. Tahi, if you would send that report to Honorable Chairman Otto So, since he's on the call, he can follow along as well. I believe you all did receive it, so Mr. Tooley, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and then also recognize the time limitation that I do have. So briefly, I will share with you the contents. The very first document that you should have received is the U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the most frequently asked question. If you take a look at tab number 8, one of the questions that we receive is that does an applicant have to be in arrears in order to receive assistance? And the answer is no. The other question that is most asked is that how many assistance can I receive? And that particular question is answered on item number 10, page 7 of that document that I just mentioned. 15 months is the allowable months, not the quantitative sum of assistance. Who could be assistance? Item Question number 16 and 17, they tie together. Tribal members living within the jurisdiction of tribal lands, they can be assisted. Also on number 17, non-tribal members living within tribal lands can also be assisted. And that would mean, let's say, for instance, we have a Hopi who is teaching school over at Chin Lee. That particular tribal member can receive assistance under the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Now, if you turn to page 11, question number 19, it talks about the assistance to an individual who may just only be requesting to have utilities covered and also rent as well. That question is answered there. As far as how do we prioritize individuals as far as getting the application, that particular question can be answered on number 20. How we distinguish who's going to be receiving first assistance, in a sense, would be is those families that are receiving notice for eviction or court order eviction. Thereafter, families that are receiving 50% of the area medium income, they will be assisted, followed by 80%. And then those that are requesting second and third assistance, we will address their particular concerns as well. And then also the other question that is most asked is the question in regards to the rent to own. And then also there are some individuals that are living in trailers, renting trailers, or they may own a trailer and they have it on a lot. That particular lot could be assisted as well. And then one of the biggest questions that we receive is the question in regards to mortgage opportunities or mortgage payments. Those particular payments are not covered with this particular assistance. The question in regards to the trailer or modular homes, manufactured home, is on page 20, is on page 13, question number 28. One of these areas that I would like to share with you is that this is a document for your particular reference, so that you can see what the guidelines set forth by the Department of Treasury, so you can share that and read it amongst yourselves as well. This particular document, it is covered from March 26, 2021 to the term of March 30th, 2022. And that is covered in the executive summary of the Board of Commissioners. The other question that I would like to share with you on the following tab on your particular handout would be the Emergency Rental Assistance Program Strategy. Some of you may have seen the commercials that are on TV, radio, and then also you may have seen signages along I-40 and various byways of the Navajo Nation. So billboard and signage, as well as newspaper advertisements, are posted as well. One of the areas that I would like to share with you there is that on the page 2 of 3, item number 6, it talks about the preference given to individuals. Again, it does note the eviction and court order is going to be first, and then also the individuals that are going to be receiving subsequent requests. So that particular document is there as well. As I move forward, one of the questions that we often receive is how many applications are in the pipeline. You will see number of applications applied, number with assistance. Those are particular numbers that we have calculated as far as number of applications that we do receive. The number of families that have been assisted, I will get to that a little later on, but the number of applications that are there, you will notice that there's a letter A, letter B, so forth through the alphabet. The numbers that have applied basically is the number of letters in the letter alphabet A, meaning that would be Antonio to a Beta. That would be the number of individuals. The letter B from Begay to Brown, Those are the largest number of individuals that have applied. But out of the 6,998 individuals that have applied, a third of them, 2,319, have been assisted. And then also down below, you will see the actual number as far as the rental assistance. And then also there are some projections, meaning that those are individuals that have been assisted with, let's say, for instance, if the family is assisted today, they will be assisted with August arrears. Projection would be September, October, November. So that 1.4 million stands for that. The number of families that receive utility assistance is over $1 million as well. This particular number is going to be going up as the NTUA has made an announcement that they will lift up their particular mandate as far as individuals not paying their required utility payments. And we believe that that number is going to rise after September 17th. And then also the internet, if you take a look at the last total that is there, $40,318, that's how many families have been assisted with internet. In total, this is not a live number, live meaning the most up to date. Right now we have $10,244,000 that have been assisted. And so I will turn the time, if I may, Mr. Chair, give the time over to Ms. Bertina Preston, who can share with you Navajo rent help, the actual dollar amount that is there.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Hi, could you turn up your volume a little? Thank you.
She will be making reference to Navajo rent help dated 8/16/22.
Good morning, everybody. Arushanat Ani, Nadishnan Lakore, Quaggy Ayani Chodish, Atli Navajo rent help, Yengi Arunda emergency rental assistance. So as of yesterday, August 16, 2022, our expenditures, and I hope you're following me along on the handouts, from October 1st, 2022 to March 30th of 2022. Rental expenses, 3.6 million and some odd dollars right there. Auto utilities, 721,000. Auto internet, $8,756. Without basal chiti sale aid. Auto kadaya katoya ikadonle May 1st to August 16, 2022. Rental assistant, the 9.9. Auto utility, 1.6. Auto internet, $32,957. From that point on, from October to April, auto may don't the different colors that you have here. On to 20 million on rental, auto 7.2 in utilities, auto internet, 515,000. So if you add those ones together, giving us a total of 27.8 million. Under the rental expenses, on the column, 72% auto utilities, 26% auto internet, about 1%. Without auto D, Mr. Tooley,
there's another document that you will see, which is an email. At the very top will have Bertina Preston. On that particular document, delegates, you will see that there was 78 checks that was executed. Basically, that one check may have a number of different families that are on there. Let's say, for instance, in some of the school programs, we make one check out to one entity. Therefore, the check representation does not equal the amount of families that is assisted. It could be multiple families. For the past 7 days that we have calculated, $2 million have been expended on rental assistance programs. So we really feel good about working with the team, and then also processing the individual applications for families. And that particular reporting period of $2 million was from August 8th to August 15th. So that's 7 days. And we believe that the more families that are applying, we can begin to assist those individual families. One of the greater aspects of this is the number of families that are out there that are requesting, where is my application? I submitted documents. The very last document that you had received indicates on their Navajo Housing Authority Emergency Rental Assistance Program. At the upper left-hand corner, you'll have the name, the state, as well as the missing document. So if you scan that particular document, at the very beginning, it will tell you what state they're in, what county they're in, and then also the type of information that they have missed, they have yet to provide on the far right-hand column. So we are tracking individual families, and then the number of families that have been assisted up to this point, as I had mentioned, there are 6,000 in the pipeline, and then just about that, the same amount, 5,900 basically have been assisted. And more than likely, what's going to happen is that they're going to request for second assistance. As you know, a lot of the rent have gone up. Some of our families who live on a budget basically are informed, your rent is going to increase next month by $700. And so families are really struggling, and then also trying to meet their particular need. And then also we assist them with the utility payments as well. And that is something that is really important for individuals to understand. As far as the portal, we have different methods as far as individuals that are there. Individuals that are there that are being assisted right now, those that can download their particular application, it is possible for them to download. Others will say that I want to have an application right before me so that I can fill it out, and we accommodate them. And then we have a portal as well. Through the portal, we have 3,568 individual families that have applied through the portal. Our younger family members, our younger parents, basically, they're more adept to electronic methods and social media of contacting and communicating in that aspect of it too. They have their rent, they have their utility bills, all their particular information is accessible to them with their particular apparatus that they utilize to communicate with. Others are basically going through their particular files and getting hard copies and submitting them as well. And that is something that is important for us to understand. So we have individuals that are submitting them by walking them in, by mailing them in, by emailing them in, and then through the portal aspect of it. Those individual families that are residing in mutual help, Navajo Housing Authority homes, and then public rental, their particular application and that procedure is taken care of by the 15 housing management offices. And so they have that particular service right within their community. They don't have to travel a great distance to submit their particular application. They have technical expertise at their housing management office, and they will be able to assist their particular families. And then also the other aspect of this is that we do understand that there are a number of families crisscrossing the country as well. We've assisted families up in Washington, D.C., down into Florida, over to San Diego, into Hawaii, back over to Washington State, and then up into Alaska. Some of the individual families reside in a particular apartment shared with others. And let me share by that. If we have two Utes and a Navajo sharing an apartment in Washington, D.C., the Navajo can apply for emergency rental assistance, and we will cover their particular bill as how the household divides up their particular payment for that house. And then also, we also assist families that are basically, they may have children that are enrolled members of the Navajo Nation. One individual, not necessarily the head of household, have to be a member of the Navajo Nation, but children being raised by their non-tribal member parent can also be assisted.
So Chairman Nez, that is the detailed report for the ERAP program, but I'd like to add that the ERAP program is still hiring college students, high school students, or anyone that wants to come and work temporarily. The department itself is, they've developed a well-oiled machine now, so they're getting all these payments out. And the ERAP program will be open up to all natives throughout the nation. So it won't just specifically be geared to Navajo, but it will be geared to all natives within the United States. And I would like to ask for your support. There was an email that I sent out, I believe it was a couple days ago, an email from NIAC requesting everyone that comes to their website to send a letter or to send that particular email back to them with your name and address and so on and so forth, in response to them asking us to begin lobbying for the rental assistance to be extended 1 year. So if you receive my email, I would ask that you submit it back to NIAC so that they can be able to include us in their tally for support to extend the program to a year. And the other thing is that we would like to see if RDC could put a letter together for us in support of extending the ERAP program for 1 year. That letter will be hand carried to the NIAC conference in September so that we can hand it to the legislative advisors that will be there for NIAC. Other than that, Chairman Nez, that is our report for the emergency rental assistance. We stand by to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Curley, as well as Mr. Tooley and Ms. Preston. Yeah. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Chairman, I'll motion Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Yeah. Second by?
Chairman, I second.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. And any comments or questions? Ms. Curley, I do have a question here. I would like for you to make clarification on your request. You did ask for a letter of support from RDC. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman Nez.
Okay. Ms. Khan, may you please draft a supporting letter from the Resources and Development Committee in support of Navajo Housing Authority to support this extension. And if you need further information, Ms. Curley may email us and email you, Ms. Khan.
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan. Yes, I will need the information from Ms. Curley. I do believe she has my email address. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. If you would send supporting information, perhaps the gist of what needs to be written to Ms. Khan so she can draft a supporting letter from RDC.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. I will do that.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay? Honorable Daniels? Honorable Freeland?
Daniel, green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Begay? Honorable Freeland? We have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Ms. Curley and your staff, we want you to know that the Resources and Development Committee, we do support NHA, and we continue to encourage you to move forward and help our Navajo people that are in need of housing, rental, and all that it entails, including our veterans. We're here for that purpose, and we just want to move forward and continue working well together.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman, and the members of the RDC committee.
Next, B, also from NHA, on the 2022 Indian Housing Plan Expense Plan deadline of September 30, 2022. Presenters will be the NHA Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Maureen Curley, as well as Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Aniva Yazzie. You have 20 minutes, Ms. Curley.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman and members of the RDC committee. Just a small overview in regards to the 2022 Indian Housing Plan. For a detailed report, Aniva will give you all the numbers and the detail of the Indian Housing Plan for 2022. Just so, as for the 2023 IHP plan, that was signed by President Nez, and we have received it. And the 2023 IHP plan is on its way to HUD. We are hoping that it will be received. We did get an extension for that plan, so we are within the time limits to submit that plan. And just so that, just a word of information as well is that the sovereign immunity legislation that was done as an emergency legislation by Chairman Nez and members of the RDC committee, that has been signed, and it was passed, and we thank the RDC for their support in getting that legislation signed. We are still awaiting the signatures from the president's office so that we can be able to move forward with that. Oh, wait a minute, I just remembered that that sovereignty immunity legislation was sent to us this morning, so thank you so much for your support and from the president's office for signing that. That will help us to get all these projects started for the IHP 2022. Now Ms. Yazzie will begin to update you on all the projects and what is currently ready to be executed. She'll give you an update on the plan to expend the funds of the $63 million with a backup plan should we need additional resources to expend the funds. We are working hard to avoid the 3 times language, and this basically entails the sovereign immunity legislation that was passed. So I'm going to turn it over to Aniva now, and she can give you the entire details of the 2022 IHP plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Curley. Mr. Chair, if I could proceed. What we're going to share with you is a document. These are projections, which is why we did not submit earlier, because these are moving numbers as we proceed. Now with the Nahasda Indian Housing Block Grant Program, we have been receiving letters from HUD to the board, to the Office of the President, and of course to our CEO, just reminding us of the undispersed funds factor language. What they send them out to tribes to just remind them that there's a certain amount of funding that needs to be spent. Otherwise, they'd be subject to funds reduction pursuant to the Nahasda formula funding into the next fiscal cycle, which is FY 2023. And so I have this document before you that kind of outlines, if you can follow along with my narration. So on August 3rd, HUD sent a letter to NHA that the required funds drawdown from the Treasury's line of credit control system, that's like the federal checkbook for tribes, and they are monitored for each individual tribe. And so for NHA, the number that they've computed is we need to be able to draw down $64,974,769. So that's the number. So we'll just round up to say 65 million. So that was as of August 3rd. And when we look at our internal funds expenditure system, NHA has drawn down as of July 31st. So it's just a few days after we received HUD's letter, a few days before we received HUD's letter, we had drawn down $31,894,055. So the difference between that is approximately 34 million that we need to expend. And so when you look at that additional dollars we need to expend, what we've done is there are some four main categories. There's planning and administration. These are all the salaries and wages and the routine oversight or general overhead that we would incur. And that's approximately 1.7 million per month since we started our fiscal year starting October of last year, October 1st. So the remaining 2 months after July is August and September. So our projected expense with that is approximately 3.4 million. So we anticipate to draw down or spend 3.4 million for planning and administration of what's remaining in our fiscal year 2022. The next line is operations. This is a lot of our construction and major repairs that are ongoing. And this is surprisingly very low. We should be high at this point in time in construction. This is prime season for construction. But given the delays that were experienced last year, this is what we're seeing with actual projects. And we actually have a listing of all the specific projects that lend to these figures for the projection in August of $2,122,085. And then in September of $2,870,790. So that's just the realities of what we're finding with our construction services division. And so these are cost loaded schedule of values for the projects that are ongoing. So we're looking at anticipated $5 million approximately by 9/30 for that category. And then administration with respect to HR, some projections we're making with HR approved by the board, that will be 1 million. And other, I have just a consolidated group of our active subrecipients. So these are those pass-through grants that we have given to existing subrecipients to finish projects. That's going to be approximately, we have probably about 14 subrecipients. Yeah, I'm sorry. Four subrecipients at this point in time. So there are some projects that they are working on. And so we're making some projections of about $500,000 for the remaining 2 months. And so a total of $1 million. So when you look at the projects, and we're just being very factual with all this information, is we're looking at an additional drawdown of about 10.3 million. You add that to what's been expended thus far, or drawn down of 31 million, that's 41 million. That to date. So that extra incremental drawdown about 10 million for these last 2 months brings that 64 million to approximately 54 million. So we're still short of meeting that entire amount calculated by HUD. So we really needed to look at backup plans in terms, and we've been working on this since Ms. Curley and I have come on board. Once we've seen the lay of the land, all the attributing situations that have impacted NHA. And so we tried to switch gears to see what we could do to expedite some projects. So on the one hand, the first backup plan B is that we've looked at some of the projects that have just not moved for various reasons. They've gone out through procurement for competitive solicitations. The policy that we have that as a federal regulatory requirement is that once you bid out the project and you're not getting any responses, you would bid out again. Or some of these went out to bid, you only got one bidder, you bid out again. And some you bid again, there's no responses. So because we've gone through several solicitations, we have the prerogative to do a sole source. And so we can only sole source though with tribally owned enterprises that are priority 1 status. And so we've reached out and we have NECA that is available to do this. So there's 4 projects in the mill right now that we're looking at. And so that's approximately lumped together about 10 million total. And so the projected expenditure we hope is about 3 million by 9/30. The second backup is looking at our Bennett Freeze projects. We have 7 Bennett Freeze clients. Actually, there was 15, but there's 7 right now with respect to land being identified suitable, environmental release of funds secured. And when we look at the projects, instead of a conventional bill, we are inquiring if they are amenable to like a modular home construction, where the homes are already pre-built. We just need to provide the on-site foundation pad, and then we would deliver those homes. And so that could be a purchase of 7 modular homes already prefabricated off-site. And so that we're estimating about 400,000 per site. That would include the increased cost for homes these days, the effects of the worldwide situation, as well as the supply chain impacts that COVID-19 has caused all of us, and then the construction market. So that we're estimating at about 2.8 million. We have another scattered site project of about 20 scattered site homes. Again, looking at purchase of modular homes. So we're looking at a total of an additional 13.8 million, perhaps, if we can do that and make those alternate approaches to these projects in the mill. Well, when you look at that with the remaining time, if you reduce the 54 by 13 million, we are really looking at a potential funds left on the table of about 41 million. We're just giving you the realities of what we're seeing and what we've attempted to do. And some of the attributing factors, of course, that we need to relay to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and that they're well aware of too, because we have monthly leadership meetings with the Southwest Office of Native American Programs, the HUD headquarters ONAP office in DC, and then the Albuquerque field office of HUD. We all gather on the line and talk about all of these concerns. So I put some attributing factors that lend to this, which really needs to be understood, I think, with respect to what has been happening. One, the most significant one is the legislation that I think has been in the mill, I think before we came on board, with respect to the sovereign immunity. We could not move to release of environmental review records, right? The ERRs that we need to do and get HUD release of funds. And that was signed by the president on August 14th. We just got the signed letter from HUD. Signed letter from President Naz today. So that held up. We have a listing of all those projects that equated to 95 million. So that was kind of being held up, awaiting the sovereign immunity. We are expediting a lot of the environmental reviews internally now, since that has been signed. We can move it forward. The second one, of course, is the big one too, is COVID-19 that really impacted supply chain. I think I'm singing to the choir when we talk about those cost and material cost increases, the long lead time and ordering for supplies and materials and equipment that has gone and impacted our projects. And then internally, because of the cost increases, a lot of the previously budgeted Indian Housing Plan activities have increased in cost. So we're doing internal budget transfers to accommodate the project to move forward to procurement and the construction process. And then thirdly is the procurement itself, that we're not getting no bidders or single bidders, and that protracts the timeline for us to rebid again. And we also have some gun shy contractors. They don't want to commit to a certain price because of the fluctuating costs of materials and supplies. And so we're seeing that too in the marketplace for our procurement. And I think not to say, over the past 5 years is the change in leadership. So changing direction, I think, with oversight, the boardship, and the CEOs with varying priorities, varying approaches to address the IHP activities we have heard have been changed from one year to the next by staff. And then presently, when Ms. Curley and I came on, we are really expending some energy in correcting some violations that stem back to even 2019. So with some audits and statutory regulatory HUD violations. And so we're still under a letter of warning that stems back to 2019. So a lot of our funds drawdown have to be substantiated and the process with HUD to review and approve them individually. So that takes some time with respect to working with HUD to release the payment to begin with. So all of these attributing factors, I think, in some degree, really attributed to what we're looking at profile-wise. Now, we want to be honest with you, as Ms. Curley had mentioned, and to be factual as much as we can. So we do have the backup information on these numbers. If in the event you want to see, how they have been derived. We met with our Board of Commissioners yesterday. I gave them an overview with respect to the real possibility of a formula funding reduction for 2023. And so putting the pen to paper here, now the number is at about $40 million. That's almost twice as what last year's was in terms of the funding reduction of $22 million that NHA incurred because of the lack of expenditures. We recognize the bottlenecks and certainly trying to change policies, streamline processes, and hopefully with the stabilized leadership going forward, we're anticipating in 2023 IHP that you all have reviewed an anticipated expenditure of $135 million. So we want to do catch up, and we are serious about making sure that projects are active coming into the new year. And so these again are projections. We will provide updates maybe on a bi-weekly basis. At least we're monitoring it weekly. And so that's just to just call it like it is and to let you know how it appears to be faring. But any support that RDC can provide, I mean, even looking at these projects to see what we can do to expedite them within the constraints of what HUD requires would be very welcomed to NHA. So we don't want to return a single penny. That is the directive of our CEO. To the extent that we can avoid that, we want to do that. So, Mr. Chair, members of the RDC committee, that is our report for the status of the 2022 IHP expenditures for IHPG at this point.
Chairman Nez, this is Maureen. I just want to iterate on this report from ANIVA is that if you remember a couple months ago or 3 months ago when we first met with you, we had explained how the IHP funding is allocated and how it is transmitted into our coffers. If you recall, the expenditures or the plan or the money is allocated at the first of the year, October 1st, by congressional, it was by the budget process within the United States government or HUD or whatever. But those monies do not appear or are finalized for appropriations to NHA until the third quarter. So this is one of the reasons why we are running behind the 8 ball as well, is because we did not get those appropriations until the end of the third quarter. Beginning of the fourth quarter is when we realized that the money that we would be getting for 2023, and that's how we did our budget. And IHP 2023 was submitted utilizing that budget number. So what I would like to ask is, it's a real disadvantage to us because we're working at least 6 months to 7 months behind where the Congress and HUD and them want us to stay within their specified time to spend this money. And if you recall back then, we had asked that maybe you could assist us in changing those legislations or helping us get the word to HUD so that we can at least change some of the guidelines or the regulations so that we don't always end up behind the 8 ball come third or fourth quarter of each year. And going back over the years, it seems that that has always been the case, and everyone's scrambling to spend this money. And this year is very critical only because there was money that was taken back last year, and now we're up to 2022 IHP. Now it's double, and it's just causing a little bit of a frantic for us. And we would like for you to see, we would like for RDC to see what they could do to support us with HUD to change this legislation. And to ensure that RDC gets the most up-to-date and current information, what we share with you is the most current information that we get. And we want to be very transparent to you, as we have stated from the beginning. We won't tell you any lies. We won't, we just tell it like it is, the facts that we give to you. And to ensure that you get the correct message before Jeanette stops in over the media or whatever social media, we wanted to ensure that you got the correct messages from us with this report. So that is the end of the report. Chairman Nez, I will turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Curley and Ms. Yazzie. Certainly appreciate the information we received. If you have honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Chairman Freeland. Second, Daniel.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Motion, second by Honorable Daniels. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions? Chairman Thomas Walker. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, committee members, the listening audience for today's meeting. Then NHA, the NHA presenters, Ms. Curley, Ms. Yazzie, Julie, and management staff there. Thank you for the previous report, this report that we're on here. Appreciate the information. In reference to former Bennett Freeze area projects, so we are midway through August, and according to the fiscal years that federal agencies go by, and tribal Navajo Nation fiscal year, looking at that, we are next month will be the ending of September 30 will be ending another fiscal year. So ADG, the former Bennett Freeze area projects, the 7 projects, what's the completion timeline on those projects? You reference was 15 initial projects, but now down to 7. What's the information on that 15? So the remaining 8 projects, is that going to happen, or is there a change in those plans to do 15? Because right now 7, Chairman, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for your question. Ms. Curley, your response?
Yes, Chairman Nez, I'm going to have Aniva respond to that because I know the gist of it, but she has the more detailed report here.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I didn't again, Honorable Walker, we're looking at completing the environmental reviews on the remaining 8. So they're still in the queue. There's 15 altogether, actually. So there's 8 that remaining in the queue. And then their budgets is being readjusted too with respect to the site feasibility and the site review that was done. So there are going to be some cost increases with respect to the site review that was done. The 7 are ready to move and engage because we've completed the release of funds. So we anticipate normally no more than we'll have 12 months, I think, construction timeline. That is now scheduled to be completed in the 2023 IHP, meaning by no later than September 30th of next year, they should be done for the seven clients. We do have their names listed too, identified in our project listing. So that's what we understand from Construction Services Division. I also have our COO is not able to join us today, and I don't know who he has online for in his stead. I apologize, but we have that information to the extent that you would need that information going forward, but that's the status, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, do you have a follow-up question? Okay, Chairman, yes. Thank you again for the time, though. Thank you for the response from NHA, Ms. Curley, Ms. Yazzie. There was a figure that was given earlier, 400,000 plus. Can you give that number again for each?
Yes.
For each project?
Yes.
Even I just and then the other question. I have an additional question, if I may. The complete construction, no renovation, no repairs. That what I'm understand. That's what I understand. Is that true? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for your follow-up question. Ms. Yazzie or Ms. Curley, a response?
Yes, President, Chairman Nez. As far as the detail, Aniva, do you have that right there? Okay, Aniva will answer that. She's got the report right here.
I didn't kidding, Honorable Walker. Yes, the actually the under operations, it's really a conglomeration of construction contracts in play, and then A&E design contracts too in progress, and then those projects that are in procurement, and then maintenance, repairs, and renovation, major repairs and renovation. We also have those under contract, some projects that are identified under contract, and then those that are in procurement and then ready for procurement. So we have the status of all of those projects that are in play. And if you need a more detailed amount of those, we can certainly provide that. But those numbers do reflect actual projects as I line out in operations. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, do you have any other follow-up questions? Yes, I would like to request Chairman, though, committee members to the committee, the more detailed report. You can send that to us. I would most appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman. Back to you. As requested by Honorable Vice Chair Walker, if you would, Ms. Curley, Ms. Yazzie, send us the information requested.
We will do that, Chairman Nez.
Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chairman, this is Otto. Can I ask a question?
Honorable Chairman Otto, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. One thing, for allowing me to ask this question. I'm glad that Honorable Walker touched on the former Bennett Freeze projects. And tomorrow I'll be meeting with NHA, and that was pertaining to what Honorable Walker has alluded to. But there's the issue of the reporting mechanism to the housing aspect on the projects. And I really appreciate the project moving forward. At one point, the Navajo Nation has invested about $3 million into this project. And the Navajo Nation has invested about $3 million in 2018 or 2017. And with the amount of monies that had, it sounds like what was reverted back, I see we invested $3 million, but yet NHA is reverting its own monies back to the federal government, and it doesn't look good. And I'm not too sure what's going on internally, and I'm sure you're working on it, but somewhere maybe what the Navajo Nation has invested into this FFBA project, maybe the nation can ask for a reimbursement where since you're reverting federal dollars willingly, meaning that you're I'm not too sure what's going on, but maybe if NHA can revert $3 million back to the nation, and NHA can pick up that $3 million and infuse that into the Bennett Freeze project. It's about 4 years. Here and there, we really need a thorough update, and that's going to be my message to NHA tomorrow. There was a person that was asked to, he was NHA's poster child on the FFBA groundbreaking ceremony that was linked to this day, we might have to not be ask these questions politely. But the idea is, when are you going to build those homes? Put yourself in their position. Put yourself in their position. And somewhere whether it's the CEO, or does the individuals have a way to file any sort of complaints against NHA for not pushing their projects forward? We know COVID happened, but you still operated. You still had federal dollars coming through the pipeline. Last year, you reverted monies. I really hope that you guys really jump on the ball on this and get these
Honorable Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, you hear me?
Delegate So, Chairman Nez got knocked off the call. I believe that's why he couldn't hear you. We'll wait for his return.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Tahi, can you hear me?
Chairman, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Honorable Chairman So, were you done with your questioning?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. I'm sitting in one place, but somehow I got disconnected. So, Ms. Curley, may you please respond? Ms. Maureen Curley?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, Chairman Nez, I had it on mute. Thank you for the question, and thank you to Council Delegate So for your questions and your comments. In your comments, you had asked what the problem is of moving these projects forward. And to be very transparent with you, I want to explain that since I arrived here in January with NHA, I've done an overall assessment on all the projects, all the construction, all the funding, whereas the entire assessment of NHA, and found that there are several projects that had just been sitting there, and Bennett Freeze happened to be one of them. So going back over the years, I started to ask, why is this sitting here? Why I asked all the questions that you're asking. And I did find out that Bennett Freeze had been put on hold because of various funding requirements. And there was also, they did start out with 15 homes, but according to our meeting with Robert Black back in February or March, I believe it was, I asked him to come to the office and explain to me what the Bennett Freeze project was about. So myself, Ernest Franklin, Mr. Black, and another associate of his came and spoke to us and told us that, gave us the history of the Bennett Freeze. And that was prior to Aniva coming in to work for NHA. And my assessment on that was that I think they just, NHA, whoever was assigned the project, couldn't get a determined number of homes to be built at that time. There was 15, but when they started planning for 15, people started dropping off. The applicants started pulling out because they were informed that they would have to pay for these homes that are being built for them. So the number finally dwindled down to 7. And so at that time, we started talking about the funding. And yes, the money that came from the Navajo Nation, 3 million, that is still in process. That money is on hold here, but they have used a portion of that for the environmental, the investigation, the inspections, whatever needed to be done up front to build these homes. So it is still there. So given that opportunity of being able to build those homes, we began to have very candid conversations with Mr. Black and then another individual named Brian Cole that he's working with. They've been meeting with us, and Brian has been meeting with us every month since the discovery of the Bennett Freeze. And we have come to the conclusion that Bennett Freeze needs to be a priority. So I have asked the construction department and also Ms. Yazi, who is overseeing the construction department now, to put Bennett Freeze as a priority. One of the priorities that we're looking at as far as Bennett Freeze is that this modular homes that we're looking at within this period where we have to spend down on our IHP 2022 is, would these individuals be able to settle for a modular home instead of a stick frame house? So the last conversation that we had with Mr. Black and Brian, which was it last week? Was it Brian? 2 weeks ago, Brian and Robert, we caught Robert when he was in Washington. We spoke to them. So what we're waiting on right now is the names and also the approval of those individuals that he has identified if they want to go with the modular homes. If they say yes for the modular homes, we can get those modular homes bought and set up before the end of the year. All we have to do is do the foundation and the pads and get those housed there. So Councilman So, I want you to know that we have put Bennett Freeze as a priority in this new administration. So that's where we're at right now. So I hope that I have answered your questions in regards to this particular project. And I would just like to ask that with this new administration, please give us the opportunity to finish these projects. I know there was a lot of things that had not been done in the past, but with this and the way that we have restructured NHA, we are really honing down on these projects and we're wanting to get them done. And that is why we're pushing for all these different legislations that are different guidelines that need to be changed in order for us to move forward without so much red tape. So Chairman Nez, that would be my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues and staff and Ms. Curley and the NHA team, good morning. First of all, I wanted to thank you for the report and enlighten us on the ERAP situation. And, you know, just knowing the severity and the opportunities in helping our people is always at the forefront. And, you know, every opportunity we can to help our people with any sort of financial assistance, you know, we definitely need to utilize those opportunities. And, you know, every time we do this, it's like we learn from these experiences too, and how we can make things better. And, you know, of course, customer service and providing those basic needs to our people is always a priority too. You know, just overall across the nation, our customer service can use, you know, some enhancement, could use some growth, and we really could learn from a lot of these experiences. I came across the ERAP out of Albuquerque, and I did speak to the gentleman or the team that was there, and definitely appreciate them for doing that. Just got some feedback from some nonprofits around the area. They stated that it wasn't well advertised. They thought maybe more of our Navajo people should have been informed. So maybe what we could do is have another ERAP opportunity for Albuquerque, but also for all the urban areas. We have a lot of our Navajo people living in the urban settings, and you know, I'll be glad to find a place if I can talk to the city of Albuquerque and find a better location than where it was being held, because you know the parking was an issue and whatnot. But I can work on that. That's not a problem. I just think this ERAP is so important right now, and it's really needed by a lot of our people, and especially those who lost their jobs during the pandemic but are now trying to get back on their feet and find work. And you know, we need to do as much as we can to help them, and this will be very beneficial. So I'll be glad to work with you and your team, Ms. Curley, on maybe another housing opportunity in Albuquerque. In regards to you know, the potential opportunities as well with what we have in place, and I appreciate, Ms. Curley, you mentioning that, you know, we can only learn. You can only learn from the past and utilize it. And you know, you are making those changes, and there's a lot of optimism there, and there's a lot of growth happening, and definitely appreciate that. And knowing that, you know, we can't do anything about the past except learn from it. And you know, I feel with your leadership that, you know, NCUA can go in the right direction. You and your team. And just knowing that the services that we need to provide our people are always at the forefront. And whenever I talk to my chapters, I always talk to them about beneficiaries who are the beneficiaries of the work that we do, who reaps the rewards of the work that we do. And it's always our people. And these are great experiences for us, you know, work experience wise. They're always great. But it's always we always have to think of who are the winners, who are always the winners of the work that we do. And it's always our people. So I think we always need to kind of remind ourselves from time to time of that. In regards to you know, just thinking of how can we get more people in the homes, and you know, I appreciate RDC's support of legislation 0117-22, and you know, that's asking HUD to expand the eligibility requirements so they won't be so stringent, and allowing additional families and additional Navajo people to obtain homes. Right now, it's based on income. Of course, the income levels are very stringent, but it's asking HUD to expand those income levels and look at other populations as well. That way, we can get more people into homes. This legislation, of course, was passed by RDC, but it's now going to be sitting on Navikietke. It is a position legislation, and I hope we can get it done by the time we do schedule a visit to DC. And going to DC, I think, Chairman and colleagues, is going to be very important. And I think we need to pay HUD a visit, and we need to pay HUD a visit and let them know that, you know what, these our leadership is of course in midst of change. It has occurred. We have good leadership at NHA now, and these are opportune times for us moving forward, moving the enterprise forward and getting more people into our homes. I think we really need to bolster NHA's image because, you know, I don't want to call it a dark cloud, but, you know, it seems like we've had a black guy for the last few years in DC. So we need to get away from that. And how can we remove that black guy? But we just need to bolster our image more and let HUD know that, and of course, even going as far as Senate Committee on Indian Affairs know that, you know, we do mean business and we are going to get people into homes, and that's the intention of the leadership. That's the intention of what we're doing and what we're trying to do. So I think we got to come across with a really strong message, Chairman, to HUD and to maybe even Senate Committee on Indian Affairs staffers as well, because, you know, the late Senator McCain was always a proponent about NHA, and we need to kind of change that image and change that perception as well. So those are just my thoughts and recommendations and comments this morning. Definitely appreciate your leadership, Maureen, and Aniva and the team. We look forward to brighter days and better things ahead. And always remember, let's always remember why we do what we do, and those that reap the rewards, and that's our people. And we really need to do everything that we can for them. And these are trying times, and, you know, we have opportunity for them, and let's really bolster that opportunity and make it reality. So those are my thoughts today, Chairman. Adia, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Ms. Curley, your response?
Thank you, Chairman Nez, and thank you, Ms. Select Councilman Freeland. I really appreciate your positive comments of NHA, and I, like you, always say that my employees don't work for me, I work for them. I try to make things better for them and remind them almost on a daily basis that we are here for the people. We're not here for ourselves. We're here to service our people and to provide good customer service. So thank you for those comments. But in regards to your ERAP Albuquerque feedback, I want you to know that with the changes that we have made and the decision that the Board of Commissioners have made yesterday to keep the ERAP program going for as long as we can, we will continue doing our outreach programs, visiting the various sites, Albuquerque, Phoenix, Denver, and the major cities where we know that a lot of our Navajo people live. We will continue to do so. And do remember that in my comments, I did say that we were going to open it up to all natives. So we should be getting a lot more applications to spin down this money, but I do appreciate you attending that forum or that outreach in Albuquerque. And we are working with a couple of nonprofits as well as far as getting the ERAP information out. We still do have the television spots, and we do have some billboards in Phoenix and along I-40. And also we do have brochures that we sent out almost on a daily basis to our various constituents. And as far as legislation 11722, if you need information or if we can help you in any way to get this to HUD, it would really be beneficial for us, because I, like yourself and everyone here within NHA that works as far as getting homes for our Navajo people, do understand the eligibility requirements. Income levels are so low that people who make $40,000 a year are not able to get a home, and we do need to increase those limits, as you had stated in your comments. And again, we do thank you for all your positive comments, and we're here to work with you one-on-one if need be. Thank you very much, and I turn it back over to Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much, Ms. Curley. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., you have the floor. Honorable Begay.
Chairman Nez, I don't see Delegate Kealan Begay on the call.
Okay, he did request to speak. He wanted to make a comment, so honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? Going twice. Chairman. Yes. Thomas Walker. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Yes, Chairman, though, committee members, and the presenters of the reports, the two reports from NHA, Ms. Curley, Ms. Yazzie, Mr. Tooley, and your staff there. Housing for the people, bandit, really important subject, very important information that we are discussing here. Ashin saja what one the neta bagando the kiti pawint but babayat babanahata babansa kis just the whole idea, the whole concept of discussing what could be the most important place of for individuals and the family, which is the home. What would be that place? A possibilities bandit. My appreciation on the subject matter here. Going back to former benefit areas for different types of community development, infrastructure development, in this case, housing, housing development, some housing or a few housing development projects. The need is great. The need is very, very huge. A handful of projects, but nonetheless important because it has to do with individuals and families. What would be the most important place for them, which is a home, a good home, good foundation, a good durable home, lasting home for many, many years, and then many generations. So what the husband I don't know, it's possible for great grandchildren to continue to live in a dwelling that was structured or built by grandparents. We know that. So the Indian housing, Navajo housing, Yati Gijo Ibantas case of the Shishinanta. In the Western society, one owner's lifetime aquat she when either bansa case for Navajo lifeways, lifestyles, life values, how wanigi hashinza sa adol tocho idol spigito in ida a bandit. So I'm engaged here. I see Bansa's case of I want to make those comments. And although with that being said, also with former Bennett Freeze areas, critically important is that any projects, any new initiatives, community or housing development, infrastructure development, we have to see that through. But the in the former Bennett Freeze area where land was in statutory freeze for over 4 decades. I live outside of that. And I represent 4 communities that are within that former Bennett Freeze areas. I know firsthand the people that I represent's needs, their concerns. What the any small development is meaningful. It's taken that way. It's accepted with great hopes. So when the project doesn't come through, is not completed, the concern becomes more than that. Concern becomes stress, anxiety. Although from there, frustrations, sometimes anger, and then pain, back to pain. I believe that I share concerns with all elected officials, but other council colleagues of the 24th Council, although the commissioners serving on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, sometimes we speak like this, rushed out of frustration, out of concern, and we want to step up advocacy. But we know the limitations, we know the constraints of entities like NHA. But again, just to hear you, through the report, I accept it with some degree of optimism. But just the same, I would like you to hear my words also expressed for my constituents. For over 40 years, people had no chance of getting homes, even to be built on their own, with their own money, their own resources. But a few years ago through different initiatives, and the one that was mentioned earlier, I guess take my comments with degree of some appreciation and concern. Chairman, committee members, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Ms. Curley, your response.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Naz and Councilman Walker, for your comments and your comments and approval or what NXA may be doing. However, I would like to say, Councilman Walker, I really do appreciate your comments simply because what you mentioned about the 40 years that it has been undeveloped, that was one of the primary reasons we put the Bennett Freeze to the top of the list when we started going over these, when we started looking at all of the projects that were sitting within NHA. And Aniva's been working very hard at trying to get that off the ground, or not necessarily off the ground, but completed. And I'm hoping that it will be completed within the next 3 to 4 months, depending on how the families who are listed to get these homes agree to either stick build or else modular homes. But as far as the developments with working with NHA, one of the things that we talk about at our chiefs meeting is how can we be able to take on infrastructure and also development within NHA and with the Navajo Nation in regards to development. And one of the things that keeps coming up is our initiative to work with the Economic Development Department and also Community Development, because they play a key role in trying to develop an area. Take, for instance, maybe one of the projects that maybe they may be looking at a C-store, or take, for instance, maybe some area where they're building a hospital or any other site, and there's no homes to support the employment. Even here within the Navajo Nation, our professionals here and even the employees at different levels need homes so that they can be able to work for the Navajo Nation or for any entity that may be involved with the Navajo Nation. I really believe that economic development and community development needs to step up and needs to join us in searching out solutions for infrastructure and for development in each of the communities, because we can't run the hospital with no homes. That's just the bottom line. Or we can't even run, if we were to put in a large outside mall somewhere, we could not be able to run it if there were no homes to support our employees, our families that live in the area. So I really do appreciate your comments on that as well. And I believe Aniva has a couple of words to share with you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Yazzie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ado Ahihashnantai, Honorable Walker, Ado Honorable Freeland, for your words of encouragement and support. But I know that, and I know as a mother, as a parent, we do need to have a home for our children and then our children's children. So our elders, our veterans. So we know the need for a home, because that's basic. I think it's a basic need and right of individuals. So one of the things I want to share with you real quickly, some of the evaluations and assessments that we've done. Some of the things that we have conferred with our Board of Commissioners going into the new year, starting October 1st, but now trying to clean up as much as we can before the end of this fiscal year, 9/30. With respect to Bennett Freeze, even talking about maybe taking 10% set aside of the Indian Housing Block for grant, or our Indian Housing Plan to be set aside for the Bennett Freeze participants, the people that live, our families that live in the Bennett Freeze area. That's there with we'll address that and show the commitment of NHA to address that. Those are some possibilities we're exploring with our Board of Commissioners. One of the immediate things we also heard is private member-owned homes, not NHA homes, but private member homes out there needing repairs. We're looking at a rehab policy. We're working on that right now to allocate a portion of the funds to address those families that need repairs. Some grants for those that are below 80%, maybe a low interest loan, below market loan for those that are above 80%, something to where we can recoup some of that are higher income. And maybe looking at public rental, that where we have some tenants that have been paying 30 years religiously. Maybe it's about time to transfer that to homeownership for them. So looking at ideas like that, helping our families too for homeownership, and helping with funding for home site leases, to helping to fund archaeological surveys, and then surveys for the boundary surveys for their home sites. That's if we can set up program funds to do that. But ultimately, what our CEO just mentioned is really getting to master planning. With respect to infrastructure. And so we want to go back to the communities where our chapters do not have the capacity for technical planning for development. And to really address alongside what economic development has, community development, because they have to also consider infrastructure for community buildings, for businesses. And then of course, for us, housing development, we can only stretch that dollar and really optimize the use of that in working with our communities. Right now at this present time, in addition to other ideas. And so we really want to make a difference and make some impact this coming year. We do anticipate catching up with all the backlog projects into the next year. So we're changing approaches, changing the way things have been planned in previous years, and making sure that we complete projects within 12 to no more than 15 months in a given year. So we hear you, we appreciate it, and we look forward to working with all of you. And hopefully we get everything lined up with correcting some of the violations that we're presently addressing this year by 9:30, in addition to trying to meet all that are in pipeline right now. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie, for your response. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this Chairman, the RDC member, I apologize again. Just to be frank, we continue just to reiterate what has been said from the previous meeting. Again, I apologize for saying that because not much has been done at the community that we represent. Some of us are. I mean, open. I've heard the director saying that we're fixing more situation internally. No. Change of management to keep open nothing. By that time, we get frustrated, and then new management comes into play. And I'm not sure how long that's going to be again. The case not only in the former beneficiaries area, but what about the Navajo partition land area, the NPL situation? They're the same affected area as the former beneficiaries area as well. The net out Keda had Kadosh brother Nisa, Philippians are neat. No, the yesterday that said Igit and Hala. What's the difference between the former beneficiaries area and the NPL area? The same Navajo people live in these areas. From the NHA, though, housing thing. Listen, I know I've been sending you some pictures. That's one area that I want to get a response, Chairman. The second one, Nikki. I'd like to request RDC to send a formal statement to the Navajo Nation EPA to start making an assessment of all the burnouts that are just idle to be resolved across the Navajo Nation. I've been hearing that it's going to be resolved for the past 3 years. I mean, I think that maybe that may be another way for those situations to be resolved for EPA to provide an assessment, and I believe that they're there for that purpose. hazard and safety concern. Hot ego ko da sabi na ko ego to AJ hot ego ko EPA ki da sabi biche to auto ad in the necessity to leave. And then we have a lot of these housing just being boarded up as well. So one didn't get all you or that is the ko that age like abahot stop and there's a second question though. There's actually this third question. The second question is the EPA. Although the third one the key is the boarded up homes. The fourth one the key is a teen. Oh, you baby Jen has streets. There's a lot of large pothole in a certain area of the NHA. The open Nahasda Nada Chidinda Yishchwa. Although some of these homes, NHA homes, are off the main road, dirt road to be bought. One example is in Low Mountain and Whippoorwill. Especially Whippoorwill, the key is about 5 miles. Now with this current monsoon rain, you could attain Liniki that Trump. So attain Liniki changed 8 or 6 no in that baby that they go. Continuing on other nations, but if by the hunt, the other in nations, like other sato, a quacky, a natcha, a natcha, a teen, a that, a hacky. That's the fourth question. And then the fifth question. A huge Indian plan, Indian housing plan, no. Ecuador documents submitting it ito bebeke nekha but ito ese akoko one example is veterans so ya limiki pit ahodasto babake khasna koko Ecuador NHA homes has to pay off a task gosh or because there's several bills that were passed by Congress, and there was a report where our Navajo veterans or Indian veterans, a certain amount of funding is being allocated, but only less than 1% are applying. No, by yet I sent an email to the Navajo Nation Council. This is the reason why Navajo Nation Veteran Housing Program Director somehow a coordination between entities to get homes for our veterans. The NHA can put a mechanism there to build homes or buy off these homes for our veterans. In return, the VA will reimburse. So that will be the fifth question. So with that, I will have additional comment and statement on this after the response, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. And Ms. Curley, Ms. Yazzie, back to you for your response.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Nez. In regards to, and thank you to Councilman Kealan Begay for your comments and your questions. As far as your question number one for the burnout homes, do understand that I believe a couple months ago, or was it last month when we met, I had indicated that the burnout homes, the boarded up homes, your question for number 3 and your question for number 4, that was all inclusive with the NECA project that we have going. And Aniva did allude to that earlier in her report. And do know that because of the sovereign immunity legislation that was not passed, those projects have been put on hold. But now that it's been signed, we have it in office as of today. Those projects will get started. The boarded up homes will be fixed. There's over 300 homes that are going to be renovated and also upgraded so that we can be able to move individual families in. The streets within the NHA compounds will be fixed through the NECA contract as well. And then also the burnout homes will be, there's 18 of them throughout the Navajo Nation that will also be demoed and rebuilt. And insurance has taken care of all of that. So for your questions 1, 3, and 4, that's what's happening with the NECA project or their award that they have received. As far as EPA, do you have that one? I can address it. Yeah, Aniva will address number 2, and for number 5, and number 4, you asked about the off roads for scattered housing. It's unfortunate that we don't take care of the roads for the scattered site homes. That responsibility belongs to the chapter and Navajo Nation DOT. And Miss Gorman is sitting here, and Gilmore, I keep calling her, I'm so sorry. Miss Gilmore is here and she can explain a little bit about that because she's involved with the chapters. And as far as number 5, the IHP, the veterans and the grant, veteran housing, how can we support that? We do support the Veterans Administration or the veterans within the Navajo Nation or within our Navajo Housing Authority organization. Earl Tooley is the contact person for that, but I want to ensure you and let you know that we do work with the Navajo Nation Veterans Association. We do provide them funding so that they can build homes, but I kind of like your idea where we take the veterans under our wings so that we can begin building homes for them with our include them in our IHP every year so that we can be able to build more homes. We are also, just so you know, we are also working with nonprofit agencies who have really kind of tuned into the seniors and the veterans. And hopefully in the coming year, we can be able to acquire nonprofit funding so that we can build more homes for the seniors and the veterans. So I'm going to turn it over to Aniva and she can address the number 2 question. And Aniva.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Yazzie, proceed.
Yes, to the note, and I, Honorable Kealan Begay, your question and comments on the EPA, I would agree. I think if there is some blanket approach to all of these activities that relate to Environmental Policy Act provisions really need to be addressed with EPA so that we can shortcut, streamline, and expedite to getting our projects into construction much quicker. There is movement, and I heard movement by a tri-party agreement between HUD, the tribes, and I believe EPA to try to help do that. But that has been such a slow moving process. I think we just need to get an update with respect to where they stood in terms of that streamlining so that we only have one requirement for a lot of development within tribal Indian country. So that's something, an initiative we can certainly partner with to see what's happening. A little note on the veterans issue. I know that VA had been willing to look at working with tribal housing entities in that they are willing to, just as you described, is if we were to build housing for our qualified veterans under their program, the VA was willing to reimburse the program. So that's something I think that needs exploring, but I think it needs to be a unified and collaborative approach between the Navajo Nation Veterans Affairs Office, NHA, and yourself and our leadership to be at the table to see how we can do this in a more streamlined fashion. So I appreciate the ideas, appreciate our added ways we can help our veterans and really make a dent in addressing that. So with that, hopefully we can gather. We're making all these notes to follow through with the ideas mentioned here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie, for your response, as well as Ms. Curley. We're on B, under receiving reports, and we discussed the NHA Rental Assistance Program, Emergency Rental Assistance Program, Indian Housing Plan, Expense Plan deadline of September 30. Report Achait Egoda Naidish Kisto Hait Ada Gabe Bain Hitchin the has Eginosan Goshanan Shanant Anosenigi. What we could do is have a separate scheduled leadership meeting with NHA, and they could provide us all the information that we need. If we need to travel to a 20 Arrows casino, we could do that, and we could have an open discussion as we sit and just have this discussion with NHA. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions on the expense plan deadline of September 30?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Chairman, as we have a proposed Washington trip on our agenda, maybe if we could get together with NHA as well and kind of get some information on preparation for that trip. And I don't know if they would be joining us. And with HUD and of course Senate Committee on Indian Affairs too, and get an update, give them an update if that's something we could do on this trip. And I don't know if Ms. Yazzie or Neva can join us, but I think we really need to touch base and give them an update. That way it's being proactive, Nahasda. We're the ones going to them instead of them coming to us. So just a recommendation, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. You do have an excellent recommendation that we should have NHA, a representative from NHA, and preferably Ms. Curley or Ms. Yazzie or Mr. Tooley to go with us, or all of them if they wish to do so. And it would be best for them to be there with us when we have some discussion with HUD in Washington, D.C. here next month. But let me ask Ms. Curley for your response, please.
Yes, Chairman Nez, that would be a very good idea for us to meet and discuss and basically put a plan together to present to HUD and any of the other legislative people that we may be able to come in contact with in Washington, D.C. Like I said, that week, I believe we are going to be in Washington, D.C. for the NIAC legislative sessions. And at that point, at that meeting, it would be nice to have you as leadership there as well to support us. Oh, okay. Well, it's I'm sorry. We're going the following week to NIAC, but yes, on the 12th, we can't be there if we can schedule it far ahead of in advance. And do know that I have tasked our governmental affairs person to contact HUD and the Interior Office and several other offices to see if we can get an appointment, but I'm sure Mr. Tahi probably has a little more pull than we do. So whatever the schedule is, we're willing to attend with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. And also, Mr. Tahi, if you would contact our Honorable Senator Begay so he could add this into our plans when we travel to DC, Mr. Tahi.
Chairman, members of RDC, I'm sorry for that. We were evacuated from our building, so I'm running the meeting from my phone outside the council chambers. I did get that request. I'll work with Senator Begay on those meetings that are going to be set up. As you can see on the proposed agenda or the approved agenda, the meeting that we schedule out is for the full week, so we can utilize that time and effort to meet with all those individuals and entities that you are recommending. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. We do have a follow-up question from Honorable Chair Otto So. Honorable So. Honorable Otto So, press *6 to unmute. I'll come back to you, Honorable Otto So. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., your follow-up.
Chairman, again, I know this, the one thing that wasn't response back was the NPL region of housing plan. Only the former benefit area. NPL chapters from NHA. Now, the other thing I want to clarify, I'm not saying that row is going through each of the scattered homes. It's not what I said. I said there's a whole group of NHA that, for example, they Rat Valley, don't know how they could educate one NHA homes and then well, we're talking about 5 miles off of the road called housing to get out and off in this regular group. You're talking about 20 units to 30 units. One odd. Pada is Niki, other Ecuador to enter a Bohni to bend or little bent on the Shiki, the Ihp
Mr. Tahi?
Chairman, I believe Delegate Kealan Begay got knocked off the call. I don't see him online. Back to you, Chairman.
Okay, I thought it was me. I thought I got knocked off, so I was trying to wait. So let me, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. We'll come back to Honorable Begay. Honorable Otto So.
Yate Asuditsa.
Oh, Ahuditsa.
Okay. We're chased out of the building over here, and I'm using Rodney's phone. Sure. Just to line in NHA, the original home that was FFBA project was 34 homes, or correction, 36 homes, and it went from 36 down to 15. And that discussion I will have with you guys tomorrow in TWA NHA, though we will have a discussion on Key Island's matter issues pertaining to Navajo partition land and new lands, because we will be asking you guys to come to Navajo Hopi Land Commission for an update report on the overall housing status. So follow up din need na
too. Ms. Curley, your response? Ms. Curley or Ms. Yazzie, your response?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Curley will rejoin us very shortly, but I appreciate the invite by Delegate Otto. Thank you very much for the update on the specific addressment of NPL and then the Bennett Freeze project listing. So we certainly are willing to do that, and the rest of our meeting tomorrow. We've been previously asked to present at the Arizona Housing Forum tomorrow, so we are unavailable tomorrow through Friday. But here's Ms. Curley, she's back.
Yes, Chairman Nez, may I?
Yes, you may proceed.
Yes, Chairman Nez, just so that everyone knows, Navajo Housing Authority has been given a great opportunity to present in front of the Arizona Housing Coalition in Scottsdale tomorrow with the San Carlos tribe. So we will be in Scottsdale tomorrow and Friday doing presentations to our neighboring communities, the non-native communities, to have them understand what Native American housing is about. And because this conference is really in essence for us to acquire nonprofit funding as well for both tribes and maybe for all the tribes in Arizona. So we will not be available tomorrow or Friday, but we will be back on Monday. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Chair, let me go back to Honorable Key Island Begay Jr. Are you back on the call?
Chairman, I'm not sure where I got cut off when I was speaking.
Satilla, maybe you need to just stop and park on the side of the road or climb up on top of your house so you won't lose reception.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
For my
phone.
It's okay, go ahead. Please mute your phones, everybody. Please mute your phones. Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, again, Honorable, the two areas I just want clarification to give. Actually, NPL specific proper plan. If not just for my region, the Low Mountain and Touchy Blue Gap, Brookhorn area. I wanted to get some response on that one. I'm not talking about scattered homes, single homes. There's a group of homes that are off the road, more than like 1 mile or 2 miles. They like Red Valley, don't they? Which go Mitten Rock, the shit that they could have one question and off the road. Called a dirt road by the ISP. The Whippoorwill, it's about 5 mile dirt road. That's a coco. It's impassable. A co 8 outside door, enter 18 but my question is that there's any other infrastructure such as water line or power line. I mean, do you still have to plan to get those infrastructure to that location? And I believe building roads location is also should be part of the plans. And ako that ego kodon na yung itayatas kiki lakit baba baby na na dit ay haya yas kito dit e bayat ke jobiti no e baby yan na kodo lati hanen nahit ako kwagi kishi is one thing that I'm asking NHA to budget into a quarterly report that by a certain region. Maybe that's one thing that I may be asking NHA to do. For each delegate's region, and that has to Nahasda edit just Nahasda Johnny go into Ada. Not so linking each in your area, the net line electricity bubble that did other did Nahasda no the other not so naive. A co NHA like it what ego go down hit nan linky bistrate. Het after the hikila it sato yinaznish public information do other public relations that no the bayadat ko elahit on that the chapter has ki with ego ko be yel do babayat ado ko de nahot nido nahot that the ego go but yet a lot of time we take the effort to present certain things. The Nashida such a Aslaya Sataki or Sago Coeto, I see, or Net that the Nana Nako other banda as data. Could they not at the on Nishko it's good to have maybe send a representative to these conference or whatever the meeting's about. Because I always say that it's easier to attend certain meetings and trying to tackle all the issues back home. When has not in latte or that saho a leonab kitik at the end has damashit or you not has tando hashine land and then linigi that hot ashin that's obviously not the house not a call that ego and the house and hot the haleko go to yego atskito papa need in the door a ton about the hayot not the and the equadodit did lad nan lingi baba benel nisha akola kwagi gid atskilko nabe bishan na hui jo maybe by delegates region that jo osago gonjondo listen because each of our communities have initial housing koko for the Ecuador the nan lingi beben ishan needs and the other thing based on that no by I know that NTA was ready to get funding for to connect NHA homes. So Ecuador being seen at one time. Halit Ecuador why is NTA asking for home connection to NHA? What about establishing cell towers? Nahasda the Nat Sunday the Yego Bevich and has to add Nahasda hit other based on Zengi. So I think that there's a lot of time working directly with the chapter on certain areas really needs to be continued because I know the chapters are beginning to be getting a lot of these opera funding according to through their community land use plan. Let's help out contribute to establish a cell tower for this community. The non-Liniki that will be living in these NHA homes will benefit from it. Should be a comprehensive of everything else that needs to be included in your housing plan. Because I want is Kadishi the whole just Kodobe she dot photo 20 that age ego Kodot Naya Yaki. Ado the last saw the sound that was tweet up and the Hodoniki and that outside on which that ADA compliance no the those are based on that test that arch paper card that those bonnet John Tahake so that agency is that our coin that and here Hagoshi that they cut out and did out and then he cargo go na ho take it to ye go article on it either a call quacky ye go a chairman. There's a lot of Navajo people in desperation need of housing, especially just even repair of roof. Shingles, the shingles that get that shingles, get the house lag or dikat adjusting that total units in the house. I think that's one area, even though NHA is not responsible for that age that's in that paper cut just get those behind some sort of cut down on such case called huge and hot shanant Halit Halit Adol Litla Join Sindon son such cases as zinc. According to that nature, another seat out of the Kodo, a phone, and the seat, Canadian Aquata. How she do bananit in Iliban seat in Do Iliban Yat in the Doha, the Huelgis, or not I did no Kodo, not I did or in that in the Hawanik Liniki, to Australia has Adol, the Kokwagi, a chairman. So I believe that we really need to expedite in helping our Navajo people. But not based on Liniki Kodo, Kid, or the Tino, Nahabi Lao, Ako India could entry could be currency zero could not be bunny die quacky be eat the other but not I could not the net quacky so you can see each case. You ask us for our support, you ask us for our vote, but yet when we come to our local level we try to understand could not is not the no other nahi die quacky it's then but not the need case. Ako quacky should that is other is zinc. Chairman. So even scheduling another meeting, how much more meeting do we need to schedule in order for us to realize the need out there? Or could we ask NHA, okay, how many housing assessment, how many assessment have they been doing at each of the region? Maybe that way that give us the assurance that the NHA personnel, the people, staffing has been out there in making an assessment and looking at all these homes. What a chairman has seen Kudo Atabik and Atobik and Abahanas and the Hastoit Ado Lejoadit on Latte, Santa Atlete, Nayin, Yaki, Kudoto, it ate at the Inshapa and Nadabaja, Dokotoban Sahakis, Itle. Ako egit ay kodon han lingi kodon nen lingi au papa yashti o destati de ako edit I mean edit his own habako no staff to the board members no lingi ako destini dik I've seen it. I mean you are probably the third or fourth or fifth administration and in the, as a turnover in addressing the housing need of the Navajo Nation. So also so each case all non-instances, how long will it take for this to be another turnover on our needs? I'm hoping that we have a longer position or longer leadership to really address our Navajo needs that needs home. Chairman.
Yes, it's a lot. Net is all crop in zito crop. Actually, need and Nabayan Kiko. Past to go ahead about this station and I not Senegi, honorable members of RDC. Nikit Behosen, Arnold Halat Nebenant, I not Sna. Ede, Kodo, NHA has Aja on Nisha. Ashit dohst in neko de kushinache. A what ende kro Miss Curly, Maureen Curly Dahnes Dado. Oshne yat eho board members is dash nishla. A what abachone. This is empiricism. Kro based on my experience observing and being involved with NHA in Kilbehosen. Arinda Dayat Ehodadeshnish. Has CEOs the Equi height Arshin Sada Hassan board each. Whichit a Hoshita, Nihohat Neda Hodahat Negata. Nahashish a Quagibanan Nation Hirado, but I need a go hold Jish. Ben Nado Nash Honeta. A hot egg of Ahon St. Eka Beshmas and Schlingo Nacha. No watan she not ani da chillini she hate o hota hot and then sunset. Era na do jo hast any rako could end that. We have a new leadership under Ms. Curley and things are beginning to turn, things are getting done. We see that the NHA staff are really supporting each other and supporting Ms. Curley, Ms. Yazi, as well as Mr. Tooley. Yada Hans and Shintin on Nishikito hot out and hist de la Nikwi Hohot Edo ne hot out the board members gave us to the Hadit after Hasht Eda deal Nathon Hikaz then that the Kista Noshi and the Honabadish name is Curly though Hon not 45 the little seat Lego hot Abibcher Hasti. Ahora, ehegishit atide, to hast nesto nina bekiel to araben yahona bekiel kita. To araben yahodin hidat is hast edon nit ebekan hilchohon bafonitzen. Echesna nishwolgay, aquasalay, nina o campet hadat. Joya atip hadat respect communication بالخدت اسكدت او تينس بالخدت هوت ايكشي ديل ايغو ديتن هتن بايا ديل تيتو هشت دو نيسلا ناني تسنسا اي بچه تحتيك هتو كود اندتا اجو باغوسا هنا تحنز دامز كيرلي دو بدا ايني تلتي هشت ان لتي هشت ان تلي At happened to have other late Miss Curley in Lego, Washington, D.C. Can't I not go on his dock? What I sat on whole can't all less. Sato had out, sit on Hido had eat the hequagi. Dido and heta that eat neither. Nehit a nab how one at Deniki eben ye, but eaten. Nehis the last sober run at Deniki and the old kanki ace about it, net ability, net anil. Ms. Curley, I'd like for you to respond to Honorable Begay as well at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Thank you for your very encouraging words, and thank you for your positive comments in regards to NHA. And we strive every day to work with our employees and also with the Board of Commissioners. And I do know that the employees here and the staff members here at NHA have begun to work together one-on-one, and also have brought new ideas to NHA, which we are incorporating a little at a time. But in answer to Council Delegate Begay's questions and some of the things that he was asking about in the NPL plan, the non-partition plan, which is I believe is the Hopi, the Navajo Hopi Relocation Act plan. I'm not really sure. I'm not familiar with that plan. So if you don't mind, Chairman Nez, I'm going to have Aniva answer that question. But as far as the roads that Mr. Or Council Delegate Begay had mentioned in Mitten Rock and Whippoorwill, building roads part of the plan for NHA. Within the Navajo Housing Authority divisions or subdivisions, we do build the roads and we build parking lots. But as far as building roads out to a home, we're not really equipped to do that, and it's not part of any of the plans that within the Indian housing plans. that I have reviewed, but that's not to say that we can begin working with Navajo DOT or any other agency that builds road. This administration here is really engaged at doing partnerships with various entities and various organizations to get a project and a plan off the ground. I truly believe in collaboration across the board with every agency and every organization. So I'm going to look into the roads that we're building with the scattered homes and find out what it is that we need to do and who is it that we need to collaborate with in order to build some of these roads and maybe upgrade them to the scattered homes that Mr. or Councilman Begay is addressing in Mitten Rock and Whippoorwill. And I will provide that that report to you at our next meeting. I'll have Aniva address the NLP plan. Thank you.
Ms. Yazzie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Otto, to Honorable Delegate Begay's question. Yeah, not indicating, and I apologize that the answer wasn't direct to the question. NPL, as well as other areas of interest, we want to approach regional planning into the new year. As we talked about as I alluded to earlier with the community chapter, community land use plans that have been developed previously, we want to present that to the RDC so that you know what kind of work took place back when and when we want to reactivate that. But it's more so also in a regional setting because not every community can have a hospital, not every community can have a wellness center. So it goes back to regional planning. We want to introduce that concept and see what we can do in collaboration and invite economic development and community development into UA and all the stakeholders that are involved in development undertakings. And so I think with your leadership and support to require all the stakeholders there would be very beneficial going forward. So we're looking at 24 regional meetings into the new year. And while we like to have started that even like tomorrow, we bear in mind we're in the last 2 months of our fiscal year doing closeouts as well as trying to meet the final expenditure and closing of some program violations that have been assessed against NHA that we're working hard to get all that cleaned up. We would have done that, but we certainly will plan in advance. And it's a really great idea, Delegate Begay, that you have on sharing regional updates for each of the delegates so that you can have the latest monthly, we can do this monthly as well, with all the projects that are being undertaken for the respective chapters that each delegate oversees, and that's a great idea. I think we'll do that moving forward immediately. We are looking at a newsletter, Hawamba Behamnet again, and sending that to all the communities going forward. But one specifically for your region, I think will be very helpful to enhance and really strengthen our communication with our leadership. So thank you for that. And so if there's I think we need a special meeting on NPL to get a better sense of what the breadth, depth, and scope of that whole area is and see what we can do to look at how we can work together to collaborate. So I have for that. And we certainly don't want to brush off any ideas coming forward to NHA, and that's a good one to where we can really hone in and target some of the resources needed there, and even having maybe more in-depth assessment of what the housing needs are and the challenges for that segment of land area and the beneficiaries that need assistance. So with that, Chair, that would hopefully answer Delegate Begay's questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your responses. I would recommend that we do have an in-person meeting somewhere in the location of NPL and as well as Bennett Freeze area. Neneki. Hagi ledo hatke lachas au hot au chido hala honod lendo khaleit au hawaniki na zneldo eit alan hat hagishin ashin hol jishko benya hard asasi klingo yat eto less. So just my recommendation to leadership and Senegi. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I wanted to make comments earlier, but there's a number of comments and questions from committee, including yourself. Johnson, leading to the possible leadership meeting in the near future to talk about NHA and some of the areas of interest here that committee is discussing at this time. I would be in support of that. I guess one other comment I wanted to make earlier was off-reservation Navajo Nation fee land. We could start with housing. We have not been developing those areas, especially out near the Winslow Flagstaff area, areas. Housing development. What would it look like? What are the needs in the nearby Navajo communities? Our Navajo relatives that are living in the towns and cities around Navajo Nation. If you look at that, then there's students, then there's employees, veterans, homemakers, elders, the whole range of Navajo population still need housing, even near and off, on and off the reservations. Fee simple land, even yeshadas, in a more progressive manner, progressive way. Net niche so cost not the nest the way neat the nepa so I appreciate NHA this morning giving us the information through reports. And I think the oversight committee, each member, chairman, and each member, we stand ready to provide assistance to our enterprises and entities. Oversight advocacy certainly is our prime role as council members, representation, of course legislating, appropriating funds. Forward thinking and coming back together at some point to further discuss these issues that have been on our table right now. Chairman, committee members, and then Chairman Soda, he's been able to join us, chime in on some of these discussions. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Ms. Curley?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Nez. Thank you for your comments, Vice Chair Walker. I was sitting here writing my notes down as to your comments about future leadership, the leadership meeting in the near future for off and near reservation homes or any type of development. I am really open to that because I do believe that the students who are going to school in the various communities or off reservation do need help at this time for housing and even looking for apartment buildings to look in. We did get information from, I believe it was from ASU, if there was any way that one of our entities here in Navajo might be interested in buying an apartment building for our Navajo students, because majority, or not majority of them, but most of them are living on the streets or else living in the cars. And we were trying to find solutions for them. And the only thing that we know that we can do is put them up in hotels under the Ihp program. That is the reason why the Ihp program is very, very detrimental to this program or to NHA, because we do need to help our students, our Navajo people, and those that live off and on the reservation. But with regards to Vice Chair's comments in regards to that, I really believe that we could do something on that. And that could kind of tie into the regional planning as well as the infrastructure planning. And what I would like to put on the floor as well is that we have a weekly construction meeting on all of the things, all the projects that NHA is doing at this time. And I'm sitting here thinking, how can we be able to get this information out to not only our oversight, which is you, RDC, and maybe the council delegates who would like to be informed as to what is happening in their particular region or in their particular areas that they represent. At this leadership meeting, we could open that up to sharing all the projects that we have listed at this time. And we can give a detailed update of what's happening in those projects. And if there is something more that needs to be done in one community, I'm with Chairman Nez as to let's explore it. Let's go out there and look, and let's explore it and see what we can do to enhance that particular area, whether it's housing, economic development, community, whatever it is that's needed. Let's go explore it. I'm open to all of that, and I'm really appreciative that this has come before us, because now it opens up the doors for us to continue looking for additional money, private funding, if we can get that, to build more homes for those individuals that don't fall into the categories that HUD has us constrained with. So, Aniva, did you have anything? That would be my answer or my comments, Chairman Nez. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. I just would like to share the same sentiments that Honorable Kealan Begay had stated about how NTUA sends out an update progress report in certain regions throughout the Navajo Nation. And I'm glad to hear that you all will begin to do that as well. That would be very helpful. I know somewhere on the Navajo Nation, something is getting done. Projects are getting done, whether it's a road, a building is being constructed, just like the Winslow, they was just a Dilcon Health Center. And then the roads over here at San Juan Chapter area, and I'm just very happy. I don't just Nana to the national one and somewhere something is getting done, so there's progress that is taking place somewhere on the Navajo Nation. But there is, when we do get a report like this, we're happy to hear about it. So with NHA, that report to not only leadership, but to the council would be nice, so they can see that what things are being done at NHA, and that would be a change for leadership to hear from NHA, provide these reports, a written report to leadership. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you. Indian Housing Plan Expense Plan Deadline. I understand that Ms. Curley, you were asking for support also. Did you need a letter as well?
On the expense plan, yes. Well, what we're asking for, I'm sorry, Chairman Nez, the support that we're asking for on this Indian housing plan is just support in knowing that we may get to a point where we might have to return some funds. We just want to make sure that you guys are aware of it and the cost and the reduction in our funding. We just want you to ensure everyone within the Navajo Nation and maybe the Speaker and President's office that you are aware of it and that we are doing whatever we can to not to fall into that scenario of returning funds. But the other thing is for the ERAP. We do need your support, lobby and support with NIAC and the Department of Interior, which you did say that you were going to, the RDC will support the letter for us, and I do appreciate that. So thank you, President, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Going twice. Okay, Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. RDC members, staff, Delegate Otto Slow. NXA. Don Hins, Nickel Dawashne. A conley not see the husband dole. I see a neighbor bent as the thing I see he had all this. I call Carrero by Yashki with all. So, Kodo should say, Hanapri, Delegate Kiel McGay Jr. A Coco Kojan King Western Agency. The Nayego and how he called there. A con, Oyan, Nahan, Oyo, Naquete. I think here Nahanel. I think so in the Hana. I don't let you or not, no. So, Edio Yokodo, I should bet at on this Kodo, a Hitler the show. A Hitler Dale, as I thought that the hot on Nilo, the Kodo. But I need no Kodo, I see Nikodo by a Tigi, that hot on Nilo, the Kodo. So, it did also have this Kodo. I don't know where you go in a hot tea. And a hot tea or gay don tea or Kodo. And the whole a whole adult legal as any it is even not as Kodo or it lequado. So it is thought about $3 Kodo, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels. What about Heinzi now? Take it on it at the Navy. Hence, and actually, Nathan Hotel. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kale votes green. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We're on C. Update report by the Navajo Housing Authority on the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Resolution Amendment. Presenters will be Ms. Maureen Curley, CEO, Ms. Aniva Yazi, Deputy CEO. You have 20 minutes, Ms. Curley.
Yes, Chairman Nez, and thank you so much for giving us the time to present to you the CARES Resolution Amendment. The only update that we have on this is that the CARES Resolution Act has been in legislative realms of the Navajo Nation since, was it March? Since March, and we have not heard anything on this particular amendment. We have been trying to get updates every week, but there has been no movement. There has been no movement on this, and according to Mr. Christian Bigwater a couple of weeks ago, he said that the legislation was still within Ms. Khan's office. So in order for us to move forth on this amendment where there was a reallocation of CARES funds of 22 million, and to move forward with this, we do need to know where the legislation is and if it can be heard or, go to the next step. The 22 million that has been reallocated is funding that was reallocated for the shortfalls on some of the projects that we have, and elimination and duplication of services within the Navajo Nation and NHA. So Cheryl Begay is, I think it's Cheryl Begay. Cheryl James is on the call. She has the full details of this particular CARES amendment. So Cheryl, are you there? Can you please address Chairman Nez? If she's not there, then I believe I have basically indicated what the CARES Act amendment is about, and Aniva would like to address a couple of issues on this as well. Thank you. Oh, there's Cheryl. I'm sorry.
Yes, good afternoon, BCC.
Cheryl?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Nez and members of the RDC committee and everyone in attendance, as well as my colleagues from Navajo Housing Authority. I am the grants analyst here, and my supervisor is Ms. Nellie Gilmore, and she'd like me just to kind of reiterate what Ms. Curley already stated, currently that the legislation is still at Ms. Khan's office and the Office of the Legislative Council since April 20th. And it has not been placed on the RDC agenda. And all we'd like to do is place the amendment on the RDC agenda so it can be heard. And therefore we would be able to share more of the details of the items and programs that we'd like to be removing. And there'd be 6 of those. And then we'd be adding 4 programs and then kind of revising and tailoring it to what we're wanting to do with the program funding. So that's really the gist of the whole entire reason, is just we want to get it on the RDC agenda. Thank you.
Ms. Curley?
Yes, that would be our report on that, Mr. Chairman Nez. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Motion or a motion? Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Second by
Freeland. I'll second, Chairman.
Honorable Freeland. Thank you. Okay, it's Honorable Stewart. We'll put you as third. NHA, Ms. Curley, you're talking about a resolution amendment. Who is the sponsor of this legislation before I go to Ms. Khan?
Chairman Nez, I believe it was Freeland. I'm not sure. Cheryl, do you know who the sponsor is for that resolution? I don't have a copy of it in front of me. Let me look really quick here.
Okay. Well, while you look, I'm going to go ahead and go to Ms. Khan. Could you provide us a status report on this Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act Resolution Amendment? Ms. Collin?
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Tahi.
I'm not sure if Ms. Khan and those that are in Office of Legislative Counsel got to return back into their office building, but I didn't try to unmute her phone. Back to you, Chairman.
Okay. Could you text her and let her know that we would like for her to provide a brief update on this resolution that needs an amendment?
Chairman, Ms. Khan is on the line.
Mr. Vice Chair, I am so sorry. For some reason, while I was drafting the support memorandum for the committee, for whatever reason, I had pressed mute. And I am sorry, I did not catch the request that was made. Please repeat it.
Okay, Ms. Khan, thank you very much for getting back on the call. I know you all had a fire drill over there at legislative branch offices. My question was, NHA provided a report on the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act CARES Resolution Amendment. We just would like to see what the status is on this legislation and who was there a sponsor to this legislation, Ms. Khan?
Mr. Chair, if I be provided a few minutes, I can go down the hall. The request for legislation and I see. I would need to contact the other attorneys at the office to see who has that request for that particular amendment, Mr. Chair. That I would do through email to my colleagues in the office or not in the office, as the case is, to find out who is drafting that that amendment for the CARES resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Ms. Curley?
Yes, Chairman Naz.
Ms. Curley? Also, our question to you would be, is there a deadline on this amendment language to be presented?
Thank you,
Curley?
Chairman Nez. I have the resolution NHA number in front of me. It's NHA 5073-2021. And this was submitted in March of 2022. There is no, let's see, there's no resolution. I mean, there's no sponsor on this. I believe it was just submitted for review to be passed on to be heard by the RDC committee and needed a legislative cover sheet or whatever, the legislative number to it. There is actually no deadline on this. However, we do have, that money is kind of tied up right now. The funding's tied up so that we can't transfer any of the money for the needed projects that we're kind of have on hold for this particular resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As soon as Ms. Khan provides us a status on this, we might know who requested the legislation, if there's any, and we'll find out. Thank you for that. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? Ms. Khan, could you email us and let us know the status of that, the discussion on this legislation, the resolution that needs to be amended?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will do that right now. And I did also send the Resources and Development Committee a email on the previous request that was the requested memo. But I'll go down the hall right now to get information.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kale, it's green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Okay.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. We'll accept the report. Ms. Curley, an email will be sent to provide an update on this resolution that needs to be amended. Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Yazzie as well as Mr. Tooley also and all your staff. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairman Nez and members of the RDC committee. Thank you so much for your support and all that you do for the Navajo Nation. Have a wonderful day and a weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on D, report by the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Water Resources, Department of Agriculture, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs on the runoffs and idle diversion dam projects. Presenters will be from DNR Delegated Director, Ms. Charamaya, from Water Resources, Mr. Jason John, Leo Watchman from Department of Ag, and from BIA Regional Director, Mr. Mahoja, or someone from BIA would be welcome as well. We have 20 minutes for you, Ms. Charamaya.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nez, the members, everyone on the call today. How's my audio?
It's good. You may proceed.
Thank you. I will defer to Mr. Jason John and Leo Watchman for the topic of runoffs and idle diversion dams today.
Thank you. Mr. John?
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. This is Jason John with Water Resources. I did send an email from Mr. Terrell Harvey from the Mini Farms office in regards to the diversion structure for Mini Farms Lake. That diversion structure is diverting as much water as it physically can during these monsoon storm events. We've seen some pictures of overflow over the diversion structure. That is overflow due to large storm events that exceed the capacity of the diversion structure. The diversion structure is not built to handle very large storm events, and that's why you see some of the overflow. But the diversion structure is working to divert majority of the flow that is coming through outside of these very large storm events. And water is going into the lake and the water level is rising. But in order to have a discussion about resizing that diversion structure to capture very large storm events, that is an effort that would take much more money for the planning, design, and construction. but right now the diversion structure is working at its capacity. I do have other staff on the phone. If there are additional answers that are requested. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Watchman? Mr. Mahoja?
Yes, just 1 second, Chairman. I'm trying to get my staff together here. Give me 2 seconds, please.
Okay, that's fine.
Chairman Nez, I have Rudy Kita, who is our Safety of Dams officer. He's going to be joining the call here in just a minute.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mahoja? Mr. Mahoja?
Chair, Mrs. Daniels.
Honorable Daniels?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Can we take like a 10-minute break? I see the need.
Okay. We can take a break for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. BIA, Ms. Curley, Ms. Cheryl Curley, are you still on the call with us?
Yeah, it's Chairman Nez. Oh, I am still here. Regional Director Mahoja got disconnected, so I will let him know. We'll resume at 2 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. We'll call back in at 2 o'clock. We'll go ahead and have recess for up to 2 o'clock and come back. Thank you.
Chairman, Delegate Freeland back on the call.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. We did take a brief recess. And Mr. Tahi, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Chairman. This is roll call for Resource and Development Committee for Wednesday, August 17th, 2022 at 10 a.m. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels present. Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark A. Freeland is present. Chair, you have 4 members available, which establishes a quorum. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tai, for doing the roll call. BIA, Mr. Mahoja, are you back on the call with us, sir?
Yes, Chairman, I am. And I have my team on for this portion of the meeting. I am not going to be able to stay on for too long. I have another call that I need to attend to that was previously scheduled, but I will have my team stay on and answer any calls or any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed then, BIA, with your report.
What is, we're just now getting on this call. We didn't have any notice that we were going to be having this discussion today. Could somebody provide us with a brief summary of the request?
Mr. Mahoja, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and open up the floor for discussion. And if there's any concerns and perhaps a question that BIA needs to ask answer the questions, then we'll go to BIA. I believe that will work best, Mr. Mahoja.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Honorable members of RDC, we did have an introductory report by Ms. Jeremiah and Mr. Jason John respectfully provided a report to us. So let's go ahead and have a motion and a second, and then we can go right into the discussion. Motion. Motion.
Daniels, motion.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Second by?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Let me give the floor over to Honorable Begay. Can you reiterate your statements and the concerns that you have with all the water runoffs as well as the mini farms dam and the water that's just flowing around it? We'll start with that, Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Di kudo banit indigi ato kudo vignette bozoki sheha shantano indigi. Going back, it's not a matter for me to point fingers. I mean, I'm sure people will be thinking that way by putting this on the report. But the big problem and the bigger issue that I've been trying to push for BIA, congressional leadership, and even the division of natural resource. we have funding. And I've been trying to advise, again, being careful at the same time, being a legislator, telling them how to utilize the funding that's there. So as you know, that certain chapters several years ago were given funding for farming revitalization, no, called mini funds, receiving 4.5 million. And they're not based on it, and they could be seen that in the I believe there's 4 staff utilizing that funding to work. One of them is a grant writer, and I believe that she's been on there for about a year. And then there's a project manager. Called Deed Kudo Yadin Dinigi Ajison Koko. A diversion dam do infrastructure in Dinigi. Just a bin that and no bait or niche was nets. Such as the snap. That can we utilize this funding as a matching fund to get additional funding. It's not that the chapter had passed resolution supporting some of these initiatives. Every year we know it's a monsoon season in the month of August and September, part of September. Oh, you taught that. Oh, you taught that. There are some that goes in there, but to my understanding, that a lot of time it's being closed just because they don't want the lake to receive too many debris. A lot of trash. That hecky. The feeder, they could go, but not he can't accept a much bigger amount of water. That's a the feeder canal, they couldn't late be lead or we've been there, Chairman. You know that we've been there. The diversion dam, the structure, that steel across the wash, as you know, the flow quite get safe and then a bigger amount of water is just going downstream and a little bit is just being fed into the lake. So if we would have been capturing almost 50, if not 70% of that water, I mean, how much of the lake could be filled? That's not water. I showed you a picture of how much water is just flowing over the diversion dam. That right there is a situation. No matter how people will try to justify to say that we're doing what we can, but the problem right now that I see is that water is just flowing over the diversion infrastructure. I mean, any program on behalf of the Navajo Nation, any funding is for the purpose of any project within the Navajo Nation. And why is it that our project is not really being considered? And we got $3 million just sitting there, and I truly can say is that it's really being managed by the Winter office. I mean, they can disagree with me on it. But again, water well, for farming purpose, it's that they need to then. Oh, awesome, this beso. Especially the grant writer. How far have we been? Have we even set up? Developed or finalized any funding requests of documents? Let me start advocating for funding to fix this particular infrastructure. So if you look at the employment associated with this account, I mean, I don't know how much has been utilized already. But yet the purpose of it and for the intent of it is still there. And my understanding as well is that the farming infrastructure, but yet higher or the irrigation, the delegate, and not in the stop on the day. So the and maybe the office can clarify that. So why is the infrastructure fund is being utilized? It's being utilized, but yet they're utilizing the funding that was allocated from mini farms, but it's being utilized for regular programs at the irrigation office, and even Red Lake and Ganado are benefiting. Let me put it that way. I mean, I'm sure the program will disagree with it, but if we look down to the nitty-gritty of getting the account of how fundings were allocated and show it to the committee, I'm sure you'll realize of how some of our funding have been utilized. So my point is that will we continue to see this next year again? Will we continue to see this the following year again? Will we continue to see this the following year again? While the money is just sitting there, and even the farming equipment there. I mean, you've seen that and you've gone there. I mean, how many equipments do we have? We probably have about $3 to $4 million worth of equipment, and a lot of them haven't even been gone more than 1 mile. The snow. Yes, it is the farmer's responsibility. I mean, what kind of information is really needed to get things going? So, because I guess it's just for me to say that, okay, I mean, when do I just need? How long will I just need to be stand idle on the sideline and really not say anything about it? Accord Halit dik at hobbit the hoye hat nego go, but yet dik at lego you does dido lick at hoshi that has not determined. So again, I'm sure I've wrapped up some feathers on this particular issue, but nonetheless, I mean, I just want to be on record that I have been addressing this particular issue to the committee and making sure that the programs and BIA continues to hear me verbally and then also in writing. I've been sending information after information, documents. The Nando programs and BIA and I've been bringing out BIA out there. I've been bringing people out there. So ben Bahasit or the chairman. So again, I'm sure they'll go ahead and have the program or the have the committee respond. Have the program respond and have the committee ask these questions. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, and thank you for reiterating your concerns that you had stated earlier this morning. RDC did take a tour of the Navajo Nation in reference to the drought on the Navajo Nation. And also we went and saw the mini farms lake there, your dam and the farms and your farm equipment there too. 4 years ago, so I remember that. At this time, let me go over to Mr. Jason John first, and then I'll go to BIA. Mr. John. Mr. John, press *6 to unmute.
Sorry about that. I I understand the frustration. As I mentioned earlier, the current diversion structure is not physically capable to divert very large flows of water. And that is why you see the overflow. There is really nothing that the staff can do about that unless over the next several years there would need to be significant funding and construction funding to do a totally different diversion structure. But it is not able to divert all of the flow all of the time, and that is why you see the overflow. And so that is our response to the overflow that you saw in the recent heavy monsoon rains. There's been, as we all know, a drought that has been ongoing for several years. That is why there has not been as much diversion occurring. And that's not only a problem here, it's a problem everywhere. And then there are times when you get these massive monsoon storms and more water comes down than can be diverted. But their struggle with farming has been with the ongoing drought and the lack of water in the diversion structure at the beginning of the irrigation season. And we could only hope that the rains and the snowfall start to come back to normal so that we could have water in the reservoir for the next irrigation season. That is my current response, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John, for your response. BIA, Mr. Mahoja.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Kialan-Bede. We do hear you, and we have been receiving and responding to your communications, both in this setting and via email. And we appreciate you keeping us apprised of issues on the ground out there. We know that monsoons have caused a lot of problems this year. They cause a lot of problems every year for the most part. Yeah, I'm not sure that there was a question there for us from the delegate, but I would like Mr. Rudy Kita, who's our Safety of Dams officer, to provide his rundown on the situation with the dams and the need for funding and some other issues. So Mr. Kita, could you please do that?
Mr. Kita?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? This is Rudy Kita.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. As far as the branch of engineering at the Navajo Regional Office, which houses the Safety of Dams program. Now, the Safety of Dams program does have various contracts, 638 and non-638 contracts. Most of our 638 contracts, as you know, are with Navajo Nation Safety of Dams program. The funding that we get annually, it's for overall 14 dams on Navajo Nation, which comprise of O&M, also EWS, which stands for Early Warning System, maintenance, monitoring, and that goes through the 638 process to the Navajo Nation SOD. And Navajo Nation SOD does monitor, maintain the dams as far as the dams that are considered high hazard, and we have 14 of them across the Navajo Nation, and many farms is one of them. So as far as the funding, that's the funding that we receive. We do receive from our BIA central office construction funds, and those are excuse me, those are separate from our 638 funds, because those comprise of non-638 contracts that are handled through our BIA SOD central office for construction projects. As mentioned, the Red Lake Dam, we completed a rehabilitation construction project on that a few years back. Including that would be the Saley Dam. And then most recently, we are actually just completed the Tuba City construction. And then now we're moving into one of our last construction projects is the Tohajli Dam. And so we're moving on that. Those are that's a non-638, and those are a construction contract. Again, that's majority of those of that construction is monitored and maintained through our BIA central office, water and power district out of Lakewood, Colorado. So that is the funding that our office gets as far as 638 funding. The construction funding that stays at central office, and then because they monitor, and then we're part of the construction effort on that end. But that pretty much is all the funding that we get at Branch of Engineering. If there's other funding that's been discussed earlier, I would probably have to have other programs or even BIA upper management discussion on that, because I'm not aware of. I'm only aware of the funding that comes through Branch of Engineering Safety Dams program. So last year, back in July, we were invited to attend a field visit for the mini farms diversion structure. So we did see the diversion structure, and then we did hear the concerns of Council Delegate Kealan McGay in the Mini Farms chapter. Now, at that time, we had a after briefing meeting to discuss what we could move forward and how BIA could provide technical assistance. At that time, BIA mentioned to Navajo Nation that we could the Navajo Nation 638 program. We also house in my branch here. We also have the water resources. We do have 638 contracts with, but those are funding that come from competitive funding that we have to work with the Navajo Nation and generate a project proposal that we submit to the Lakewood BIA Central Office for funding of projects that we could possibly fund. But then again, I also mentioned that those are competitive funding that we submit annually. They're not 100% guaranteed that we get the funding, but we do submit it. And that's the projects that most of the time are funded to Jason John's Navajo Nation Water Manager Branch Office, and also to Tarek's office, to Navajo Nation Technical Construction Operations Branch. So at that time, we saw that the diversion structure, if Navajo Nation is on board, as far as the two programs that I mentioned, Water Management Branch or even TCOB is willing to work with BIA to possibly submit a proposal that we could submit through my branch, then we're open to that. If there's a project proposal that we could forward, then by all means, we'll work with the tribe to submit that. And but other than that, we don't have funding in our office, and we also and this was the same response that I gave through a letter response from BIA back to the Navajo Nation was just that, was working with those two programs that I mentioned on the Navajo Nation side, TCOB and Water Manager Branch. We can maybe put together a project proposal and go after some funding on our end. But with that, if there is a project proposal, then we could work with that as far as submitting it and hopefully maybe getting it funded. But as far as the diversion structure, Navajo Nation SOD and I believe Navajo Nation TCOB, they do maintain those the irrigation portion of it, and this is considered the irrigation because it's a diversion. Maybe there's some efforts to remove sediment out of that diversion structure, but and I don't want to speak for the Navajo Nation, but that was the suggestion that we had given during that meeting, was maybe that would be a forepoint in moving the sediment, or even a design to redesign and rehabilitate that diversion structure. But if we could get Navajo Nation SOD and Navajo Nation TCOB on board to have some kind of ideas as well too, that would be a benefit for us as a 638 partnership. We could also provide technical assistance to those two programs as well. But to this point, I haven't seen a project proposal from any Navajo Nation office coming to my office. And usually we submit those annual proposals every year, the middle of September, usually around September 15th. And like I said, I haven't seen one yet. So if one of those programs wants to reach out to my office, then we're more than willing to work with that office to possibly submit a project proposal and see if it does qualify for funding that's coming from our central office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kida. Certainly appreciate your response from BIA and how you had stated that if the Navajo Nation is on board to work with the BIA to submit a project proposal, I believe you just hit the nail on the head there. I believe that's what needs to be done to lay the foundation on a plan moving forward on the concern that Honorable Begay has been trying to address here. I believe there needs to be a meeting at many farms with the chapter officials, Honorable Begay, as well as BIA, Division of Natural Resources, and Department of Agriculture, as well as Water Resources, Jason John's shop. So that would be good to what you just stated there, working together to submit this project proposal. So te honne kido ha jogo te no asigi khit al aliago e biga to lesla hast enol neko hast edor ne special khada sanelgi khat no tash. Where can we find these funding? That'll all be part of this proposal, as I'm understanding. So here, Mr. Kida, for being on the call today. Let me go back to Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Do you have a follow-up?
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you lightly, but you need to turn up your volume. Honorable Begay?
Yeah, Chairman, I apologize. I need to just say, I need direction and assistance from the committee. I believe that through us, be because I think it's not just the benefit of the community, but the farmers and the generation to come. Because we secured the land for an NTU to be established there. And what we're pushing for is maybe look at the CDL is needed, not about yet. Although it's not than college students, we may have one of these agricultural courses being taught there. There's another effort that we're trying to push for. So, I mean, that's the vision that I have. I mean, even though people say that, then, but that is the I mean, a lot of times through prayer, I always say that I have hope that one day that our community will be, even our own Navajo Nation, continue to go back into agriculture business, ag business, ranching, and so on. I'm trying my best to get this infrastructure to capture the water, to get water to be utilized in this equipment, or to be utilized in this operation of agriculture. I mean, we got a desert. I mean, like for example, Phoenix. I mean, how many millions of dollars have they utilized? I mean, implement that particular canal to get water to that location. According to chairman, the 26 Army Corps of Engineering, or the other that's relate to this particular issue is the watershed. And then you got Army Corps of Engineering on the 26th on Friday. Next Friday they'll be in mini farms to continue to help us from their end as well. So in the other, the one thing that we always say, and that they always say, is that, okay, if the nation is not supporting it, if the nation is not planning on it, what's the purpose of us getting in there? Don't it don't need to stop. And now we're going to set large it. They see don't see large it quite a bit. And then you keep up on the I don't know if you've seen that movie that's called Field of Dreams. Because the main theme in there was that they will come. No, I'm sure people will start coming back out. You're not nodding. You're not nodding. Because you need to know being citizen. Other aquatin, Navajo Nation culture, tradition, know the other that because of the other, or you the show. It's a yarn that that the coke, a call you never the honey. Look at others in that area, quick should lay out the lago, a concho. It's the coke at the honey. For if it's honored that Haitians aren't Aquador, and even I'm not dodging. To stop that quite a good in the that cut a thing that no that. Because the shit I think that's where the BIA, the Navajo Nation Department of all the programs really needs to think about it. And though I don't think that will resolve the situation. So I'll leave it up to you, Chairman. Like I said, I'd sure like to have the committee really go back down there and see the aftermath of what had happened, and further discuss this particular situation with the community and the public and the officials and the farm board. Again, I'm not blaming anybody for the lack of this particular situation. So the resource really needs to be up there. Onsen, Chairman, so that's my response to you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. The 26th I know all 24 delegates is scheduling a meeting with DCD as well as the FRF office. On the 26th is my day. That day I have a meeting with my 6 precinct chapters, and it's very important for me that I'm here at Nahasda, where we're going to gather together to talk about the $8.8 million that has been distributed to the 24 delegates. So I can't be in many farms, but what we can do, perhaps we can schedule a meeting at a mini farms with BIA, Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Department of Water Resources, chapter officials, I should begin that it's a whiteboard, a diversion dam that nail is that would be my recommendation, Honorable Begay, and we can have Mr. Tahi put that on the agenda for next Wednesday. That'll give us enough time to schedule it either for September 1st, where I believe is when NABI budget session is. September 2, we're supposed to be in Albuquerque, Sandia for the CKP, but we can change that date as well. But if you want it soon, we can switch it with CKP and go to mini farms on the 2nd. Honorable Begay, how soon did you want this? Or schedule it sometimes in the middle of September too?
In September is fine.
Anytime in September?
Yes, Chairman. Appreciate it.
Okay. We'll just have Mr. Tahi work on another day in September to go down to many farms and make sure that you have some mutton stew ready for us over there and some fry bread made by Kiel and Begay Jr. Yeah. Any other comments or questions?
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Tahi.
Just for my clarification, so the meeting that is scheduled on the 26th with the U.S. Corps of Engineers, that's going to be rescheduled into September, and we're going to include the Bureau of Indian Affairs, DNR, Water Resources, and Department of Agriculture. Am I hearing that correct?
Mr. Tahi, we don't have to. That's a separate meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers. But if we can combine them together, we could do that. But that day, I won't be able to make it out there because I have my own chapters meetings, the 6 chapters that I have with the FRF, 8.8 million that was distributed. I will be absent to that meeting if you still have that meeting, or we can schedule it together with that and the BIA, DNR, DOA, and DWR.
Chair, members of RDC, my recommendation is to schedule it all together since this is an issue that deals with the water flow that happens in the mini farm area. And if we all stay on the same page, we would have a better conversation. So I would recommend we schedule it all together in September then. Back to you, Chairman.
Okay, that would be best because I would like to be there to attend the meeting. And I think that's what we need to do is schedule the 26th meeting to September with BIA, DNR, DOA, and DWR. Thank you, Mr. Tahi.
Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you, Chairman. Colleagues and staff, I would like to make that request as well. I've got to help my daughter move into her new dorm for college during that weekend too. So thank you, Chairman.
You mean the 26th, Honorable Freeland?
Yes, Chairman. Yeah, she's
Okay,
gonna be
good.
going back to school, so I can help her.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll move that meeting to September sometimes after we come back from DC. So, thank you, Mr. Tai, for keeping up with our schedules and working with us the way you do and making your recommendations, Mr. Tahi.
Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, we can go ahead and vote on this to accept, and we will have a scheduled meeting sometimes in September. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir? Honorable Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland.
I vote green, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Begay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green according to his text message. Honorable Stewart. We have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll accept the report. Thank you. Yeah. Number 6, old business, none. Thank you, Mr. Mahoja, your team from BIA, Mr. John, Ms. Charamaya, and also Mr. Watchman for getting on the call. Yeah. We'll move down to number 7, new business. A, approving an in-person leadership meeting with the Department of Agriculture and CKP Insurance to discuss the pasture, rangeland, and forage update for Friday, September 2 at 9 a.m. at Sandia Resort and Casino in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Chairman, I motion.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, thank you. Second by? Second.
Chairman, Delegate Freeland, second.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Mr. Tahi, this date pretty much is in line with, I believe, the Labor Day weekend in September.
Chair, members of RDC, that is correct. I did inform CKP Insurance that NABI will have its budget session on Wednesday, August 31st and September 1st. And there could be a possibility that the budget session could go on into the next day, which would be Friday, September 2nd. So they would need to make any adjustments that happen last minute. Right after that, the following week is going to be the Navajo Nation Council budget session. But Monday, September 5th is Labor Day. That is a Labor Day weekend, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi, for that. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions on the CKP and Department of Agriculture meeting with RDC at Sandia Casino Resort on September 2? Any comments or questions? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. New business B, approving travel to Washington, D.C. from Monday, September 12th to Friday, September 16th. To lobby the administration and congressional and Senate leadership on natural resources as it relates to Chaco Canyon, Environmental Protection Agency, hydrogen, transportation issues, as well as HUD for Navajo Housing Authority. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Chair, I motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Second by?
Daniels.
Freeland.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Any comments or questions? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland.
Above green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Begay.
Chairman Kell votes green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Number 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. Any announcements, Mr. Tahi?
Chair, members of RDC, I don't have any additional announcements to make. Back to you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan.
Ms. Khan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I did send the members of the Resources and Development Committee, and yourself, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, copies of the memo that was requested to support the extension of the deadline of the emergency housing federal legislation. So you should have that, Mr. Chair. Also, the question had been asked about the request to amend the NHA's housing plan. And I did locate the information on that particular request. And I don't know if you wanted me to provide an update now or at a later time.
Now is fine, Ms. Khan. You have the floor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. The particular request was a request by Delegate Mark Freeland. The Office of Legislative Counsel Service Request Form is 22-184-1, and it was assigned to me, Mariana Khan. And I was going through my my preliminary work before I drafted this legislation, and I needed clarification. As you know, the usual procedure is that the Resources and Development Committee approves through resolution the NHA housing plans for the particular fiscal year. And so there are numerous of those types of resolutions that the Resources and Development Committee approves. In this particular case, the request was made from the Navajo Housing Authority to make an amendment to an approved Indian housing plan. And so my initial beginning point for an amendment to an approved Indian housing plan would mean, in my mind, that the Indian housing plan would have been approved by the Resources and Development Committee. So I began to look for the Resources and Development Committee resolution that would have approved that particular Indian housing plan. And I had difficulty in locating a Resources and Development Committee housing plan for the year. It said fiscal year 2020, and it was when there is an approval of an Indian housing plan, an exhibit that is attached to the plan is also the resolution of the Navajo Housing Authority, and it involves 8 numbers that are given. And so I began to look for those numbers of the Navajo Housing Authority resolutions. And I could not find the one that was being referenced that needed an amendment. And so my notes show, and that my notes show that during this particular year, and I'll need to get further clarification from Navajo Housing Authority Director and staff with regard to the Indian housing plan that is they desire to amend. My understanding from my notes is that that particular Indian housing plan was never approved by the Resources and Development Committee. And so that's the reason I cannot find it to amend it. And so I believe that if this situation came up because of COVID, and if I could get further clarification from the Navajo Housing Authority as to why there is the request did not come in to the to approve that particular Indian housing plan, so that we would have a resolution approved by the Resources and Development Committee that I could then amend. If I could get clarification, so I can get a fuller understanding of this particular situation, because it is unique. Mr. Chair, I'm trying my best to be as clear as possible, but I myself am not very clear on the issue. And if I could get clarification from the Navajo Housing Authority on the particular Indian housing plan that the Navajo Housing Authority wishes to amend, then I can see how to draft the resolution. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan, for the status update on this particular resolution amendment that's requested on the agenda under C. We did state earlier that if you do have some information, you could let us know, which you did. And we understand now that Honorable Freeland is the sponsor of this legislation for NHA's resolution amendment. And therefore, Mr. Tahi is working on having NHA get back on the call so they could make some clarification at this time. Ms. Curley, are you back on the call now? Curley?
Yes, Chairman Nez, I'm here.
Okay, Ms. Curley, we're going to need some clarification on our agenda today under C, update report by Navajo Housing Authority on the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act CARES Resolution Amendment. The sponsor is Honorable Mark Freeland, and Ms. Khan is requesting some clarification. So I'm going to give her the floor so she could briefly state what she needs, and I would like for you to respond. Ms. Khan, could you briefly summarize your statement to Ms. Curley? Ms. Khan, press *6.
Thank you very much. I needed that. Okay, Ms. Curley, I needed further clarification on the request. I have NHA resolution number 4963-2020. That is the Board of Commissioners resolution with regard to the NHA CARES Act, IHBC budget, and then the fiscal year 22 Indian housing plan. My understanding is that NHA resolution number for 2020 contained the IHP, and I can find no Resources and Development Committee resolution approving that particular Indian housing plan. And the next resolution is a resolution, an NHA resolution number 5073-2021, asking for an amendment to that particular Indian housing plan. And given that the Resources and Development Committee did not approve the Indian housing plan through resolution, which is standard, I was having difficulty as how I was to write a resolution for something that the Resources and Development Committee did not approve. Now, if you would give some background on that, I could provide that in the findings of this next resolution to amend something that the Resources and Development Committee did not approve. Now, my understanding is that there's a special process that was used during the 2020 Indian Housing Plan approval that provided special circumstances because it was during the height of the COVID virus pandemic. And if you would explain that to myself and to the Resources and Development Committee, to explain why there is no Resources and Development Committee resolution that approved the 2020 Indian Housing Plan. That and maybe I'm wrong, maybe there was a Resources and Development Committee resolution that approved the IHP for 2020, and that contained the resolutions, the Navajo Housing Authority resolutions that are being referenced in your latest, in the request for legislation. Ms. Curley, I really hope, I am confused myself somewhat, and I'm hoping I'm not confusing everybody else. But if you would explain the special circumstances, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan. Ms. Curley, I would like for you to respond, as well as perhaps also email or provide within your email some supporting documents that Ms. Khan is requesting as far as making some clarifications. So let me give you the floor at this time, Ms. Curley.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Nez, and thank you for your questions, Ms. Khan. To my recollection and to my understanding, you are correct that the 2020 was sent in with, I don't know if there was a resolution, but there was a letter that was sent by, if I'm correct on this, please don't quote me on this, on CEO Frank Dayish, I believe, wrote a letter in response to the 2020 Indian Housing Plan, but I can get that information to you. I did not realize that there was not an IHP 2020 attached to the resolution, but I was on my way out to Scottsdale, but I'm like a couple of miles from work. If you'll give me like maybe 5 or 10 minutes to get back to the office, I can pull it up for you and give you the correct information or the information that you're seeking, Chairman Nez.
Okay, thank you. And please, let's not have any delays in this. Make sure you send these documents that's being requested. It is very important. When you do need our help, we're here to help you, to assist you with our legislative counsel who does the drafting of letters as well as also legislation, so we can know what needs to be written in these amendment to the resolution, Ms. Curley.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Nez. I totally understand. I will get that information to you. I'm headed back to the office and I will email it out in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you. And please take care of it too. Thank you very much. And CC me on the email if you need to, so I know it's taken care of. Thank you. Ms. Khan, do you have anything else?
I definitely will. I definitely will.
Mr. Chair, that is it. But I recall from my understanding that this was not, the resolution was never, there was never a Resources and Development Committee approval resolution, unlike any other situation. So I am unclear as to what I am supposed to write a resolution amending.
Chairman
Thank you,
Nez.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes.
Chairman Nez.
Curley?
Yes. I'm trying to recollect the CARES Act. I don't believe, I believe that the CARES Act was passed through the RDC, but I can make that clarification as well. But as far as the Indian Housing Plan, I'm not sure why it would be attached to this resolution, but let me clarify that when I get back to the office, and I will email everybody. You've got me a little confused right now too, so let me clarify the information for you and email everybody on it. Thank you so much, Ms. Khan and Chairman Nez.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Curley. I believe we have that cleared up right now as far as giving us a update on this concern that we have with NHA, and now it's cleared up, so they'll all work it out together. We're on number 8 of the agenda today. Close of meeting, no announcements. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second to adjourn.
The Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Ty.
Just really quick, Budget and Finance Committee has got to Division of Economic Development for the revisit, just for your record. Chair member of RDC. Back to you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you for letting us know, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second for adjournment.
Motion.
Honorable Freeland, motions, second by. Is there a second?
Daniels, second.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Any comments or questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? I see Honorable Vice Chair Walker text in his vote as green. Also, Honorable Begay text his message in as green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green. Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart is on Budget and Finance. We do have a vote. Honorable Walker did text in his vote as green. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. It is now 3:04 p.m. and we are officially adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody, for your participation and getting on this RDC call. May God bless each and every one of you and be safe out there. Hakon at